Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Oh God, you're getting me with it now. You're doing that now, you chat. Just waiting for me to say good afternoon, everyone. Hello. How are you today? What is going on? Guys, I'm nervous as fuck. I'm nervous as fuck. I'm interviewing my dad. You guys are about to meet my dad today. This isn't a joke. You guys are about to see my dad. And I'm actually, it's humid as fuck today. So it's gonna be fun.
Good afternoon, Bardican's chat. 21 months. Let's
John
say
Smith
go.
just subscribed
Good luck with
again.
the interview.
Good afternoon.
That was a wonderful glitchy TTS mess that just happened. John, thank you very much for the resub for your 21st
Do you want
month.
to know about Twitch Prime?
It's
Let's
resub
go.
day, let's go. 21 months.
Let's go, Hard Cookie. Thank you so much. Hi from AC. Hello, Sammy with the resub as well. So many resubs today. It's very much appreciated. I can tell you that for a fact.
Just subscribed again. Woo.
What is up? I hope you're having a pleasant and wonderful afternoon or morning or evening or wherever you are. We got a level 2 hype train going on right now. Thank you so much. Oh, guys, I'm not ready. I need your help. I need a specific level of hype in order to do this. Alright, chat. How do we start the stream? Because I need your help here. I need your help. If we are going to be doing this, we got to do this right. I need your help. How do we start the stream? Sorry, I can't hear you. I can't fucking hear you. That's right. With the trailer. Hi, my name is Bardic. I guess I'm currently live, and this is what you can expect.
I'm in the closet again. I'm 16 and I'm scared of boys.
Can you shut the fuck up?
No.
I don't want a fucked up stack of bloating.
I'm not a furry. I'm just dummy thick.
Why do we have to wait so long to die?
Oh, you're a bitch.
I may have just hit myself in the balls. Why are you shitting in the sink?
Welcome to Dad Fuckers Incorporated. We fuck your dad. Good for you. I like pussy.
In HD!
Mac and cheese.
Oh yeah, I want to play with your Tinky Winky.
Bardic and the Beans.
Wait, watch what? Watch what? I have yellow hair and pronouns. You can pay for things with handjobs. Last night in bed, I actually had a bit of a cry because of how nice you guys are. Hello. Hi. One thing we haven't done here for a while is have my face cam on. Hello, everyone. I'm incredibly nervous today. Are you surprised that I'm nervous? Guys, I've got to interview my father today. First time here. Hi, Hades. Welcome on in. Oh, God. Let me get this on the right track as well. There we go. That's on the right one for me now. And I think that's a bit better audio balance as well. There we go. So yeah, I've got to interview my dad. I've got to interview my father. And I did, in fact, ask you to give me questions. And you guys have been doing that. All right, you guys have been doing that. And I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. Oh, my God. It's been a while since I've been here. Hello, Ryder. Welcome on in. Blank slate. So, yes. First time in a while since I've done like a cam stream. And look, things are tidy. We won't talk about that side of the room that you can't see. But, yeah.
Yay.
I desperately want to hate to come in here and call you fatherless. Right? Right, I'm hoping today as well. It's been a while since... I don't get called fatherless on Twitch very often. On YouTube, I get it called daily. Well, fuck you. This proves I'm wrong. Alright. I gotta call my dad now. I'm nervous. Wait.
Today, Bardic will be answering the same question over and over today. Is this a face reveal?
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Every time I'm on stream with my face, someone goes, oh, is this a face reveal? And it's like, no, sweetie, no. You're just never here. It makes me laugh every fucking time. All right, let's see if I can... There we are. That fixes some of that. Just trying to get like a good balance on fucking thing. All right. Also, I want to point out it's so warm that my glasses are fogging up. I could have put my contact lenses in, but let's face it, my glasses are cute. My glasses are cute. All right, chat. Are you ready to meet my dad? Are you ready to meet my father? I need some wiggles in chat. I need a level of hype. Are you ready to meet my dad? I need only the wiggles. I need only that fucking fuck ton of Bardic. I need the Bardic wiggle army going on right now. I want the Bardic wiggle army. If you do not have the Bardic wiggle, shut your fucking mouth right now. I want to only see the Bardic wiggle army. If you want my father, I only want to see that one emote. Got it? So shut your mouths. All right. So you ready? You want to meet my dad? All right. I'm not ready for this. I am so not ready for this. Okay. There we go. Let's see what happens here now.
Well, hello.
Hi, Dad. Not the best way to start that. Hi. Hi. How are you, Dad?
I'm all right. I'm all right. How are you doing? All right?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Can you do me a favor and turn your camera on?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Where is it?
Bottom left-hand corner.
Bottom left-hand corner.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I got him.
All right, there we go. Let me
Wait
get
for it.
mine.
Oh,
Hi.
nearly.
There we go. They can't see
I'm
you
here.
yet. They can't see you yet.
That's
All right.
That's all right.
I gotta sort that out. It was just fun. Oh, I'm not used to this one bit.
Well, shoes on the other foot for a change.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, that me and my dad used to do radio. My dad always used to host shows, and I would be the sidekick, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean...
And well, Shu is on the other foot now. All right, I think this is...
I can sit back, relax, and enjoy. It's all down to you. You can twiddle the knobs and do whatever it is you want to do.
Dads.
Well, I'll start telling dad jokes if you want.
I knew this is where this was gonna go. I knew that this is where this was gonna go. All right, hang on. Let me sort the cameras out so we can actually see you properly. All right. Let's. This is fun. I could have sorted this out earlier, but I chose not to. Crop. I think that'd be. Oh wait. Oop. The music keeps cutting out that I'm listening to, and I'm getting annoyed. Alright. 1200, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, I went too fast. 16, 17. Why is it being... There we go. Okay, cool. And...
Do you want me to do it for you?
Do what?
Fix it.
Dad, the fact that I yelled at you... Okay, so I had to yell at my dad earlier, everyone. because
didn't he just?
oh
Didn't
my
he
god,
just?
I let it in. My dad was so annoying earlier on in the call. Guys, where do you think the fucking start key is on a keyboard? All right, that is the conversation I had with my father earlier. All right, he's had a computer since 1997 and doesn't know where the fucking start key is.
And? But I'm not supposed to. I'm an old git, and I.
Well, no, the fact that I got so mad. I got so mad. Yeah, just press the start key. What's the start key? I was like, are you kidding? This isn't the fucking Simpsons, Dad. I was livid. I was like, I've got too much to do before this stream.
But the words didn't say start. It doesn't say that on my keyboard, right? So that's my excuse. I know how to start a computer. I just press the button on the side.
You barely
and it
know how to
switches
start
on.
a computer. You barely know how to
yeah,
start
yeah.
a computer. Thank you.
I'm not
All
going
right.
to dispute that.
All right. Let me just make sure that everything is the way that it's meant to be. So my music is cutting in and out because reasons. Okay, that is the correct one. Okay. That should be fine now, hopefully. There we go. My dad has a... Okay, so the reason why my dad has a good webcam right now, everyone, is because of I bought him a new camera. I bought him a camera because I was like, I don't trust however they would set that up, and it's a good thing I didn't, because I found out literally an hour ago that our family dog knocked the computer that has a webcam on it off and broke the computer. So I'm like, great job. Dad, is there music playing? Can you hear music playing in this conversation?
No,
right
I
now?
can't hear nothing.
Okay, so
No.
why is... Oh, I know why. I forgot. Sorry, let me enable that again. There we are. Sorry, I just want to make sure that my music keeps playing. Cool. All right, Dad.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm still here. I'm still breathing.
That's good. That's good.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Happy enough. I have now obviously retired, and I can enjoy life to the full.
That's how I knew you were
intend
free.
to.
That's how I knew you were free today. I was just like, other than metal detecting, there's like on a Saturday, I'm pretty sure you're free, or just in the garden at this point. You've become one of those retired people now.
Yeah, I've become one of those man shed absurd. I've got 3 man sheds now.
I can see Chatzel.
I gotta stop. I've really got to stop doing it. I'm starting to turn the top end into an aviary, but your mother won't let me. She's fighting me on that. She can't stand birds. She hates birds. So she won't have a bird anywhere near the house.
Well,
so I said, well, it'd be the far end of the garden, right up the far end.
Well, you know that they would just wind up the dogs as well, right? Because that's what
I know.
Daisy, like our old dog, used to hate birds. Used to gun for them.
And Monty is exactly the same now.
Same. Okay.
Yeah, exactly the same. So, and Paddy, he hates flies and wasps and bees. Anything that buzzes, he goes nuts over. So, there we are. When he gets stung, he'll learn his lesson.
Yeah. All right. So, we got a bunch of questions. A lot of people have wanted. A lot of people have been very excited at the idea of this. I've had this idea for a long time, and a lot of people are excited. Chat, how you doing? Chat, how are you right now? What give me your first observations. Chat, let me know. Based, I hate them too. Okay. I'm not asking you to ask my dad questions. I got questions coming up, Zilch. I've got a Discord full of them. We're good. Okay. Let me just scroll through.
Feeling
here.
the vibe, baby.
Very
Feeling
similar
the vibe.
faces, and I love your dad's room. He's got a dragon. That dragon is mine. I gave that to my dad because I was trying to declutter my life. And when I moved, and my dad found that dragon, he was like, "I love that," and I was like, "Have it. I'm done with having too much shit." Whereas my dad is a hoarder. Everyone.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
You can't see what is behind. Like I can guarantee you, It's very similarly in my scenario of all my clutter's on the right here, all the clutter's behind him. I can tell you that for a fact.
Me.
On the on the shelves behind you, I bet it's full.
Yeah, I got lovely little things here, man. I got loads of potted plants.
When is she gonna collect them? Are they just yours now?
I don't care. I don't care. I like.
Are you looking after them though?
All around them. Of course I am.
Okay, good. Good, because I was gonna say if you're not, I'll steal them.
No.
My sister was moving and left a bunch of plants at my parents' house and being like, I will collect them eventually. She's a month away from giving birth now and has lived in her place for quite a few months and has still not collected this shit. Greece is based. Oh my, yes. They do like Greece.
You do realize that that's what's upsetting me. I'm getting old now and I'm just seeing grandchildren after grandchildren after grandchildren. It's not fair.
I'm annoyed because now I have a like a niece or nephew like that I not have to care about, but like I've ignored. All right, since 2001, I've been able to ignore all the nieces and nephews to a point. I've had like no like real obligation, not out of like I have a lot of like brothers and sisters, everyone, but my sister who's about to give birth is my 100% biological sister. All right. And now there's almost like something in me that's like, you have to give a shit now. You have to get involved like an actual uncle now.
You're a proper uncle.
Because instead of I'm still a proper uncle to the others. I'm not going to say that. Just like, just because they're my half brothers and sisters, it's not like they aren't my siblings. They aren't I still consider them family. That's not a problem there. But it's just, I was a kid while they were kids, like the nieces and nephews. So it's like, my brain doesn't separate that, but now I'm of the age that you expect an uncle to be, and that's messing with me a little bit and aging me, if the glasses and the wrinkles weren't already doing so. So yeah, now that I have to manage that, it's weird seeing Charlotte in that light. Charlotte's my sister, everyone, I'm snitching. It's weird having to be like, oh, I've got to like help you now and again now. It feels weird. Instead of us being competitive as siblings, it's like, oh, we're not children anymore. We're adults.
And you're grown up.
How do you feel about that? Sorry, hang on. What was that last comment then?
You don't fight anymore.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, me and Charlotte just bond over our ADHD and anxiety. We're both like, hey, you've been depressed, high five. That's literally mine and Charlotte's relationship in a nutshell. We just bond over the fact that we've both been depressed and have ADHD.
and this is the face that's responsible.
Thanks, Dad. Thank you. All right, so let's start there. How does it feel that your youngest child is about to turn 13 like in 9 months?
It hurts. It hurts. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be honest. When I was around, must be around 18, 19.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people can relate to this. Old people shouldn't be allowed to get any older than 50. And then they should be put out of the way because they spoil our life. That's how I used to feel.
I remember when I was a kid, you once said, once you retire, you shouldn't get the right to vote. And I quoted you on that one a year before you retired. And you looked at me with dread. You gave me a look that said, oh, I fucked up.
Yeah, don't take my vote away. Oh, yeah. Do you dare?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a staunch. Oh, I don't like people saying things like, oh, they're all a waste of time and it's not worth voting for anyone because they're all a bunch of robbers. They go through the whole list. But the reality is, if you don't vote, you end up with what you don't want. There's no choice. Because obviously, your vote may have counted and helped get whoever you wanted in. But having nobody in, you get what you're given and you have no right to say anything.
Because you didn't help the scenario, yeah.
Anyway.
Well, no, that's a fair point because, like, it's something that I learned recently that, you know, in 97 when the devolution vote took place, 1 million people voted, which is a third of Wales on that. And it was, considering 1 million people voted,
Very
it was
small.
1,000 people.
It was very small.
That is such a small amount that
Mm-hmm.
changed Wales's entire future. Which is insane, because like we wouldn't have like Mark Drakeford in now, who stopped the English coming to Wales during the pandemic, which really helped us keep our curve the way that it was, which is great. But I still need to read those pamphlets. Yes, you do, Aft. Yes, you do. He did a bad job of stopping that. Wait, he did a what? Bad job? What? Stopping the? Oh, right, because you moved in with me, Hoz. Thanks. All right. So I've got questions. I don't know whether I start with mine or if I start with community questions. I think. Oh God. See, the thing that I was like, I was aware of is, say, like, when I came up with this idea, I have to like, I wanted proper questions. I wanted to like, you know, you were very close to your dad when he was alive, correct?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Whereas like we were more close when I was in my early teens.
Yeah.
But I don't think, other than radio, we've never really had much in common. I don't think.
No, we've gone to the odd football match or the odd rugby match, that type of thing, but
Yeah.
never gone out drinking together, simply because I don't drink.
Yeah.
You know, and it
Which
seems
makes
that-
Father's Day a fucking nightmare. It's either really expensive for me, or I get you nothing. Because I'm like, what do I get you
I
now?
don't need you to get me. I don't need you to get me.
That
at
is
all.
what every dad says. That's what every dad says. All right?
I haven't told you, have I?
No, what?
Take you to my metal detector in a second. I went and won a brand new Simplex metal detector. It's on its way to me. I won a competition.
Do you understand
and
why me and my dad have nothing in common? Just, oh my God.
But when you've got an obsession with something, you can't help it. I don't care. Now, you were saying we had very little. What about the fishing?
Well, that's...
How often did we do fishing?
We did a lot, and we went camping quite a lot because of it.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. But then I stopped, like, just like everyone with ADHD, my hobby got boring. So I do miss fishing, but I don't like the idea of, like, my brain now tells me as an adult, it's kind of weird going hook out, bring in a live creature, not for the sake of eating it and surviving, but just for sport. It feels weird now, just being like, yep, bring it in. There we are. Put a hook in your mouth, and now I take it out and throw you back in. Someone else will do it to you again soon.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that is, when you put that in context, it's a weird thing. But I do miss fishing at the same time, because it was quite peaceful. And you took a picture of me when I was a kid, near the chutes, just like relaxed as fuck.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know that's one of your favorite pictures of me, I believe.
It is. I love it because the grass is growing. There's loads of colour. The flowers are sort of all coming into bloom.
Let's see if I can find it.
There was the dragonflies. Remember
Oh,
the
yeah.
It was just a lovely scene, you know, the lake to one side and the long bushes, and you were sat there in your chair, laid right back, relaxing and enjoying the warm sunshine.
The only time
Beautiful.
I could ever focus on anything. But yeah, but as I got older, it was just less in common. And that goes the same with like Mam as well. Like, yeah, me and Mam talk a little bit more, mainly about TV shows and politics. But beyond that, there isn't much in common. But you and your dad had a lot in common, right?
Oh, there was so much, and yet, ironically, very rare did we ever go anywhere together other than on a holiday. It was just that he wasn't my dad; he was my best friend. That's the only way I can describe it. He really was. We could talk about anything, no matter what the subject was. We could talk about anything, and that's the way I've always been myself. Because of the way he was with me, I do that with others, and I just like it. You know, it's sometimes nice just to offload with someone personal rather than go to a counsellor or and that's not being funny or anything else. It's just sometimes it's just nice to be able to offload with a family member that you have total trust in.
Yeah.
But never.
Well, no, like
I don't-
I fully like having those supports in your life. Like one thing I'll say is like, with I never felt like I couldn't talk about something really, or if so, it was really rare, like something incredibly personal that I would not want to talk about with anyone. And so like I've been to therapy, I've been to counseling, kind of a thing now, and I never felt ashamed about doing those things. Like I've spoken to you many times now about say like mental health stuff. I'm very open about that, and I appreciate that. And I can definitely see, like I've watched videos of Granddad, like over the years that you've shown and stuff like that. And if you could put all three of us in a room, you would definitely tell that all three of us are friggin' related, kind of a thing like that. That I am well aware of. And the one thing that I can thank you for, and I suppose I have to thank him for, is that there wasn't a toxic, masculine kind of energy within the family. You once were telling me this story about how, because, listen, you know my opinions of Nan. You know my opinions of Nan. They're not the greatest.
No different to mine.
yeah, we've had a lovely conversation about that. But one thing that we spoke about was how, I mean, it was the 60s and 50s, but how Nan would, if you got in trouble, Nan would want you hit with a belt.
Oh, yeah, she wouldn't hold back at all.
Yeah. And you told me how
about the belt,
like that Granddad would used to take you away, like you're getting the belt, and then not hit you. Yeah, just out of like.
But she caught us out.
Oh no!
The problem. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The belt thing is a big joke within the family now because, they were hard times. There were 7 of us to start with.
Yeah,
I've got 5 other brothers, and 1 sister. She looked great wearing our hand-me-downs. She looked like a boy. But anyway, but the thing is that she was very strict. She didn't tolerate anything, and if we got into trouble, we got into trouble with her. Mm-hmm. You know, it wasn't just the trouble whoever it was with. And when she felt it was right, she would get my father and tell him, take us upstairs to the bedroom. There's the belt. And give him 6 across his backside. And my father, he's like me, a pacifist in a way.
Yeah.
I can't do that, man. I can't. You know. And he'd be up into the bedroom. He'd grab the pillow. He'd lay on the bed. He'd put the pillow over, and then he'd whack the pillow, and then we'd have to go.
Pretend.
And she knew, and she came running up those stairs like, I don't know how she got up there so bloody quick. But she burst into the door. What the hell is? Oh, my father couldn't live it down. She went ballistic with him as well. I'm sure if she could have, she'd have used the belt on him. You know, it was so bad. But that was her.
Yeah, it's the reason.
And I'm telling you, a lot of people can relate to that because that's what it was like in the 60s or the 70s. There were strict rulings, and some of the rulings that have gone now because of law and everything else, some of it should never have gone. And I do feel strong on that because a lot of respect in certain ways has been lost in all angles. People have now got very strong opinions constantly, and they like to express that opinion irrespective of whether they agree with that person or not. They like to have their say on that person. And it can be hard sometimes because you don't know what that person's done.
What do you mean exactly? Because there was a lot of... No. I can't understand what you were saying, and I'm making a presumption of information that I'm not fully clear on right now. So I want you to re-clarify, because we were just talking about hitting children with belts, and then you're like, we've lost a certain thing. I'm like, explain.
Yeah. No, because the point I'm getting at, the reason why I jumped from there was the fact that the law came out where you're not allowed to hit children.
Fully
I agree.
agree.
I don't
Yep.
disagree. I've never done it, so I'm there. I'm champing at the bit. But on the same token, if there's something that sits in front of your face that says that's illegal, you're not allowed to do that anymore, right? You think twice about it. Some people don't care. They will do it. Whether it's robbery, assault, the full works, the full gamut. But every time something happens today, instead of it being dealt with by the law, and I know a lot of people got opinion about the law, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of it being dealt with by the law, people think they can just jump on the internet and express their opinion about what that person's done. But you don't know that person. Has he got, say, a mental issue?
Well, this
Has
is
he been bullied all his life?
well. Let's dive into this because this is how me and my dad do talk normally
Yep.
as well. Everyone, we do just jump into fucking politics. It always ends up back to politics with us. With that scenario that you're talking about, yes, we would love for it to actually be dealt by law, but the law doesn't work properly. It is. The law is the protection of the rich against the poor. That is essentially what ends up happening by the abuse of it. And that's why people, I'll admit, the left have got one thing really bad, and that is we can't name things for shit. Right? The right wing have Make America Great Again, and they can sell that all the live, laugh, long day. We have defund the police, and then everyone goes, but we need the police. And then we're like, no, what we're saying is redistributing the amount of money that we give to the police into multiple different programs, to help with mental health. And it's like, oh yeah, but that's not fucking catchy, is it? That ain't catchy. So that's the problem on that one. Because they're like, everyone, maybe not everyone agrees with it, but I think if you look at it properly, yeah, you are right in the sense of, maybe there's mental health stuff taken into place, and that's why we need better protections and better funding on correct things. But with what you're talking about, what has happened now, because we can't have those things, because we keep voting the wrong people in, or the people that we do vote in take it back, or whatever you want to put into on that political side of things. People are fucking fed up. All right, and now that we have the power of social, we have been the most connected ever. Humans are the most connected things ever now, across our whole friggin' life. So the great thing about that is there's pros and cons to it, but one of the great things is that we have our own voices that we can put out there to at least try and get something done. And I think that causes more positive effect than negative effect. There is a negative toxic energy and a depression that comes along with it. Like you see that on a lot of young people right now. And there does need to be stuff done with that. But the positivity about giving everyone a voice, the benefit of giving everyone a voice is that it equals the playing field a bit. It allows you to get information out there for pros and cons. So there's that side of it. Hi chat, you doing good?
Yeah, well, there's been so many. Sometimes I got to bite my tongue because I feel like I need to say something on the internet, in particular Facebook. Can't help it. But
you're above the age of 50. Of course, it's Facebook.
Yeah, but the point. There's an example. You know our estate, right?
Yes.
Very, very, very steep and hilly.
Yes.
Yeah? Right. Would you say 40% are elderly, or more or less? Honestly.
I haven't lived there in 10 years. So
No. Yeah, all right.
I would say, going off what is in on through my head right now, there's a decent amount of elderly people around that estate. Yes.
Now, when you reach the age here in Wales of 60, I'm not sure whether it applies in Scotland, Ireland, Wales, or England, but when you reach the age of 60, you get a free bus pass.
Yeah.
Now, our main road, as you know, is a fair walk to get to our main road as such.
Yeah.
As well as walking back up such a steep hill. Now, they've decided to take all the buses away from the estate itself. you now have to walk all the way down to the main roads and all the way back up. Now, by doing that, you've already segregated at least 40% of the people up here, because a lot of them are elderly, disabled, wheelchair bound, infirm, got all sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they can't make use of that ticket anymore. Now,
And
come the winter, what's going to happen? They're going to be in a hell of a mess, and nobody cares.
Then that's why you speak up. That's why you have these platforms. That's why you can do something about it. If it was to do with law, all right, if it was to do with actual people in power and, you know, things being funded properly, stuff would get done. And this is the thing that's interesting. You know how, like, people cut, you know, the austerity measures are cut as much as we can so we can save money, all right? Well, what you've done there is taken people who have money and stop them going out to spend their money, which keeps cycling through the system. That there's a very, like, minute, you know, part of money and economy, but it's still a point to be made. Like, you're stopping people spending money, so what are you doing? Like, by trying to save money, you've lost money. Which, yeah.
It's the same when the councils all soak their houses, isn't they?
Yeah. All right. That's a conversation we always get into, and then we always talk about Margaret Thatcher about it. Okay. So,
No,
so
I'm
I'll
not
cut
talking
that
about
one. I'll cut that one right. Listen.
I'm not even going to tell you about me and Maggie.
Oh, my dad interviewed Margaret Thatcher, and my dad, whilst I was younger, was always talking
Yeah.
about, like, how proud he was of doing it. Not out of, like, not proud in the,
No.
like, happy.
No.
Yeah. Was always like, oh, I interviewed her. Like, it was always a talking point.
Yeah.
Never brought up until my late teens how scared shitless you were because you were told 10 minutes prior that you were going to do it.
Yeah. That was the funny part of it all, because it was just before you got voted in, to be honest. And her first stop on her battle bus, as she called it, was down at our local Singleton Hospital.
Yeah.
And I marched in. It's all right. That's Monty. He's just come into the room. And made
Oh, the
himself
dog's
known.
in there. The dog's in there.
He's just come in. But yeah, and they said, we need someone to interview Margaret Thatcher. And everyone in the studio went, no chance. No chance. Me, mug. Oh, go on then. And she was the very first person I ever interviewed. Never done an interview before in my life.
I would have gone in mean. I would have gone in ready to be mean. I would have
But
been
then
like,
she-
do you think that this is a good
knew.
idea to attack the, you know, the working class?
Yeah. But then she hadn't been in power. That's
Yeah.
the whole point. She hadn't
built a
gone in.
reputation yet of being
So,
a bitch.
you know, it was a case of, I mean, I was joking. He turned around and said, oh, it's all in the bag for you, isn't it? The shopping bag. You know, and I thought, oh, can't get away with that today. That's sexist. That's, you know, all sorts of things. But it just, I don't know. I dreaded it after. I
Yeah.
absolutely hated the thought of what I did that day by saying, yeah, go on, I'll interview her. If I hadn't have done it, nobody would have. And, you know,
Don't platform
bloody
shit
good
people.
publicity, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh God. All right. So, we're going back to Granddad a sec. So Granddad passed away. Before I was born, and I've got the chance to meet him. But you're older than he was when he passed away now.
Yeah, I am now, yeah.
How I remember when you hit that age,
Hmm.
you went into yourself.
I did, I know.
Yeah. How was that for you? Because we never talked about that. Ma'am let me know that, like, you were not, like...
Yeah, how do you describe losing your best friend? He was Mr. Reliable. If I had an issue, I could speak to him, and he would always have an answer. He would know instinctively, oh, get in touch with so-and-so, or hang on a minute, I'll sort that out for you now. And one phone call, job done. And it was just like, that was one emotional crutch that everybody needs. And he was it. When he went, I was with him. We were at the local club. Like I said, I don't drink, but we were members of the CB club. That's where we were. And I can remember distinctly, he sat right opposite me, and my mother sat obviously alongside him, and so on. And he just got up. And I thought he was going to the toilet, but he had his hand on his chest like that, and it was hard. Someone shouted, "He's gone down," and I thought, "What? What are they talking about?" And then when I looked towards the doors, he had managed to get just outside the doors of the hole that we were in, and down he fell. And I just dived out there, and I've been working in care all my life, as you know.
Yeah.
And CPR and all the rest of it, I'm fully attuned with. And I checked him over quickly, and then start working on him, and I kept going and going and going. And it must have been about 20 minutes before the ambulance turned up. They took over, and off they went. And it wasn't until they did the autopsy later that all my efforts, which I've always beaten myself up over, and I've never really come to terms with it, was I could have done better. That's all I could think of. I could have done better for him. And it turned out I couldn't do a damn thing. It was the lining of his heart that had collapsed. It wasn't one of those jump start the hearts.
Yeah.
It was imagine a football burst.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's gone. And that's exactly how he went. He was 56. And that, to me, is like, you've barely done 2/3 of your life at that age. And to me, it was heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. Still is. And
I can tell. I can tell.
I know. But it's just something that I miss him. I've got every single... Because this is how it passes on, right, in families.
Mm-hmm.
My dad loved his video camera. All right? He went everywhere with his video camera. He loved it. And I'm talking your late 70s, early 80s onward.
Very expensive hobby to have back there.
Yeah, he died in 89. So, you know what I mean? He was right in there. And every week, when he would go off for the weekend, he had a video camera in his hand. And he'd film anything and everything. And for that, I am so eternally grateful, you wouldn't believe. Because I have got either 13 or 14 3-hour videotapes, which I'm going to have to get them put onto DVD, of him that just talking into the camera, just being silly, making comments. There's one part in there where he sits there and he says, I got to go to work now in a minute, and I think the video is about to run out. So, and he he didn't drink. He'd pick up his mug of coffee and he so, salute and, and God bless you all. And then he named each and every one of us. And that part of the video, it really hits. It really hits, because just to hear him say my name and wish us well and hope everything in life goes. And it was just one of those emotionally sort of outpouring. And it was beautiful. I love it.
I've digitized that for you, by the way. That should be on the computer.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah.
You've done it, Oh, right. Oh, I didn't know. As I say, I've got 18. Yeah, it is 18.
I digitized like a lot of them whilst I was staying there during the pandemic.
But a lot of them are also of him walking along with the camera swinging back and forth.
The one thing I didn't need to see, by the way, all right, because I was digitizing all those videos, I didn't need to see Nan at her wedding pulling like a stocking thing. Like everyone was like cheering. She had like this little. She pulled up the side of her dress and like something on her leg, and I was just there like, I don't need to see my Nan's legs.
No, that's tradition.
Got it. Yeah, I know it's a tradition, but the fact that it's my Nan, I'm like, good. I'm good.
That's just like your parents saying, "Are we going off to have a little bit of comfort?"
Okay, I'm good. No? I would rather shut up. All right. Listen. I never had the talk growing up. School did that to me. School gave me the talk. So one thing that has been massively uncomfortable to ever address in this family is sex. All right. And to move on into the next conversation, when I was 16, I came out as bisexual. All right.
Yeah.
And it was a conversation I didn't want to fucking have with you. All right.
Uh-huh.
You like my brothers were like the rugby boys and like proper like straight manly man. And then there was me, already the odd sheep in the family for being the geek and the nerd. All right. Being the smart one. And I was like, I don't want to tell you. I didn't want to be the one to tell you. And it was May 4th, I believe, 2010. I'm going to confirm this now. Because I know it was May, because it was prom. I think it's May 4th. Or, hang on. Let me just take a gander here. Right, 2010, May 7th. It was 7th. May 7th, I came out because people in school knew. Because I kissed a boy at a party and they had questions. I was scared because people were bullying me in school because of it. Obviously, it was 2010, and kids are the worst. I was walking home. I don't even think I've told either of you this story. I was walking home after some of them made fun of me, and I was like, if we're going to go to prom tonight and someone might say something, I want to be the one to say something at least to one of them. I need to do this myself. I don't need someone else outing me. So I was listening to my iPod and I put it on shuffle. And I said, whatever the next song is about, that's what I'll put it to. And then God, in his almighty fucking irony, the next song was called Everybody Knows. Was the name of the song. And I was like, wow, thanks. So I got home and I told Mam. And I will never forget the moment. It is something that if you don't have to come out, you'll never fucking experience. But every queer person under the sun that comes out knows this feeling. And it is the longest second of your life will be the second before you say it, because you can't breathe and you know everything changes. No matter if it's good or negative after the fact,
completely.
everything fucking changes after that fact. And I remember, people in chat saying, yep. That second before I said it to Mam, I remember it definitely took a while, because I remember her looking me in the eye and just go, what is it? Just say it. Because I was just like, I need to tell you something, and I'm really scared. Yeah, a lot of people, yeah, it's true. It's like flash time froze. Yep. What happened? I told her, I eventually said that I was bisexual. She said that it's fine. She was like, I've had a gay best friend since I was a kid. So, and that's why I knew I could tell her, because I was aware of him. Whereas you, I had no barometer on. You'd been the rugby coach. You had 2 straight sons who had kids before the age of 20, type of thing. And I was like, I don't know how this is going to go. The thing that I never knew was, how did Mam tell you?
How did she tell me?
Yeah. What happened? Because I went for a bath and we never spoke about it. We never fucking addressed it.
No.
You gave me.
You mean?
Yeah, we never addressed it, because we went to prom that night, and before I got on the coach, you told me no matter what, you are proud of me, and none of that matters. That was the only thing. That was the only thing you ever talked to me about it. Which I was like, good, that's enough. That's more than enough. But what happened with Mam?
She explained to me, and she said, I don't know how you're going to react, and neither does Reese. Okay? And she said, but I'm going to tell you something. And because Reese has told me. And at the time, I was thinking he's done something serious, or something's seriously wrong, or whatever, big time. And she told me, and I just looked at her. And it was just like, yeah. And then I did admit to her later that I felt a little bit hurt, but not because you'd come out, I was a little hurt that he couldn't come out to me. Do you know? It was like you had more trust in your mother than, and silly, really silly. But at the time, I was a bit sort of, didn't you tell me that? Because I would never have had and never have had issues that way. I've worked in the health service all my life. Things of that ilk mean nothing, absolutely nothing to me. Right? It doesn't matter, right? But what I felt then was that maybe you couldn't tell me because you felt embarrassed, awkward, man to man, all that sort of thing in there. And then I thought, well, maybe he just doesn't want to talk about it to me. He'd rather have his mother talk to him about it. So I kept my opinions to myself. But I'd always wanted to say something. And knowing what to say and when, I didn't know. But that day of the prom, to me, was perfect. Because I could say what I wanted to say without saying it out loud.
You could mask it behind behind the event rather than
exactly.
anything else.
And it just went all together.
Yeah.
I've never said any different. I've always said no. Every time I speak to you, I am seriously proud of what you've achieved. I really am. There's no getting away from it, right? Yeah, you've got half brothers, right? One I'm embarrassed by, and I'll be honest. I'm totally embarrassed by
my
him.
older brother. Everyone is a cunt.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And then of course there's Jamie. Proud of him.
Oh no, I'm seriously proud of him.
He can't do enough. He can't do enough, right? And then I got the girls. Charlotte. What can you say about Charlotte? I mean, she's never ever. But what a beautiful girl! When she's dressed up, she's stunning, and I don't know where she got that from. I genuinely don't know. But she's and the stuff she makes on her fancy dresses and everything. I mean, you need to drag some of those photos out because they are amazing. How she does it, I can
tell you it's the ADHD. It's the ADHD. We hyper focus on things wildly. But she's always been super creative. She always has. I think that me and her kind of went through the same thing differently a lot, and that is having a weird hobby and like almost like being raised in the wrong generation a little bit, where we were too early on a lot of things. Because I when said like just to like my hobbies and interests were very tech forward, and say like still to this day my job is now online content hosting. When I was 14 I was doing online radio type of thing, and like I knew I wanted to do more. I knew that there was more there, and now I'm sat here at 29 years of age, more than double the age of when I started doing that. Still doing it and rocking it. Charlotte, say like similar thing. She had a lot of like creative ideas, but we say like the ADHD stuff. She didn't get noticed about that diagnosis until later on in life. She's also had to kind of like fight because everyone is expecting her to be in this like neat box all the time. And very similarly to me, and let's face it, our family, we don't like being put in boxes. All right, we don't like it. I think all of us were raised being like, why? What is the point of this? Why do you want me to be this when there's no point to it? It's like being normal. It's why, you left home that way. Like I was out of all of the siblings, I think I grabbed my independence the earliest. Yes. Because I kept seeing what was going on with the siblings, and I was like, I'm out. I need to do this by myself. And I think with me and Charlotte in particular, we both ended up, it's probably why we both had to go to therapy. But we were up against so much and fought against so much and had so many people trying to like put us into boxes, but we still fought against that we probably have like the problems that we do, which is why we dealt with them in therapy. But also what made us a bit stronger, we got stronger in spite of. We got creative in spite of, not because of, type of thing. And
you see, that just out of it's something that's always playing. You often hear me say, I feel sorry for youngsters these days.
Yeah.
The peer pressure they're under is astronomical. I don't care what anyone says, right?
Yeah.
But if you think about it, when both you and Charlotte came along, computers had really taken off in the 90s, early 90s, and they were going big time. And if you remember, we had our very first computer installed.
Windows
I think you were
95,
about
yeah.
3 or 4. Yeah,
I
think it must have been about 3 or 4.
I think it was 3 because it was Windows 95
Yeah, and
that
you
we
was
had.
glued at that engineer, the way he was setting everything up, and you practically could have unplugged and unscrewed the whole lot of it and put it back together.
I
that
did.
age.
I ended up doing that.
Yeah, but yeah, you have eventually. But what I'm saying is that it became your life. The computer generation.
Everyone talks about iPad kids. I was the first computer kid.
Yeah, and it was. I used to laugh, if you remember. Look at him. He'd be on the back of the settee, because that was your favourite position as well. I got to tell everyone. Your favourite position.
Okay,
when
so
watching
just
TV,
to contextually,
laying on.
Dad, let me explain. All right. You can't just say my favourite position's at the back of the settee without
Yes, it was.
All right. Anyway, so we used to have a computer engineer come out to the house, and our computer desk was, I don't know. So if the desk is like here, the sofa would run like alongside, like kind of a thing. So I would be able to lean on the back of the sofa, being able to like talk to the engineer or just see what one of you were doing on the computer. Because I was obsessed with the computer. You ended up getting me a computer a few years later. There's the picture of me of, I think, either you or Charlotte scaring me with a computer, and I'm like giant ass 90s keyboard like stood in front of, like, shocked type of thing. And that was like the irony is, I learned recently the computer that you got me was shit even for the era. And it's not like, I don't mean shit like performance. It had like Windows Millennium Edition, which has been universally panned as like the worst computer you could have bought. There are other computers you could have bought for the same price. And I find that funny because the amount of glitches and problems that it had, I had to find out how to fix them. So I ended up getting smarter because of it. So yeah. But I was very much the computer kid. I loved fixing computers. Do you remember the time that the school, we can't say names and stuff like that, obviously, because I would like to not be doxxed, but the school yelled at me because I fixed a problem. I spotted a problem. I fixed a problem at school on their server at the age of 6. I was 6 years old, spotted a problem on their intranet. All right.
They thanked you, didn't they?
No, they didn't.
Very
I got in Oh my god.
Exactly.
I got in trouble. I was like, hey, I spotted this problem and I fixed it. And they yelled at me. And I was furious. I internalized that for so long. And I didn't know that they talked to you about this because I fixed it. I don't remember. Obviously, I won't remember every detail of it, but I remember that moment so hard. Just that how broken it was, and I fixed it. And the fact that I got in trouble because of it wasn't. No one could connect to the server. No one could connect to this one specific file on the server, and I fixed it. And something is telling me that the person who yelled at me, Crooked knows that she is. You know who I'm on about, right? I think she had something to do with it. I think she must have renamed the file path that it was, because that's what it was. It was a file path issue. All right. The fact that I understood a file path error when I was 6 years old. All right. Oh, I'd still now. I'm like, good on me. Good on me. But beyond
that's why I sarcastically said they thanked you for it, didn't they?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Fuck that school, man.
But I'd rather them have complained and said he fixed the computer and he shouldn't have done it. He had no right. Than to go, he was beating up a boy or bullying someone, or do you know what I mean? It's sort of, it was hysterical. We didn't take any notes of it, none whatsoever.
Doesn't surprise me. Okay, so the next question that I've got, yeah. Okay, so going back to the granddad stuff a sec. I don't really I know that he was your best friend, and like I can tell by like parts of his personality. But the one thing I don't know, really, do you think me and Granddad, if he was still alive into my teens or to this day, would we get on?
Right. I can answer that quite clearly. Should I mention his name? No.
No, don't
no,
say his
right,
name, because obviously
he's a cousin. A cousin.
Oh, a cousin.
Cousin.
Better not, because I don't want people poking around
My
and nosing.
sister's son. Eldest.
Oh, yes.
Right. You and him are like peas in a pod.
Yeah.
Right? My father,
Really?
if you watch the video, if you watch the videos, right, you'll find my father. You know, they say nobody got their favourites. They have. Trust me, they have.
Oh, that's good to know. Good, thanks.
I need to say that. But he was his favourite. Make no bones about it. Everyone knew it. You've only got to watch the videos. You can see it. He took him everywhere, right? And trust me, same personalities, the same manners that you both have, right? And he did, and I know for a fact he would have idolised you, without a doubt. He never minced words, my father. He always said what he felt. And in certain ways, I do that because I can't help.
Well,
I've always been accused of wearing my heart on my sleeve.
Well, where do you think this bloody thing comes from? You are aware of that, right? You are aware that this isn't just a tattoo to do with Mam. It's to do with you as well, right?
No, I didn't. I don't even know what it is. I can't see it. I haven't seen it, honestly. Oh yeah, the three.
The I love you.
That side,
yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, it's to do with you and Mam, because of I got it. The tattoo of what it is to do with Mam, because say like she's deaf in 1 year, and that's how me and her always communicate when I'm leaving. All right, but like it being on my sleeve is because of you. Because you always told me, like whilst I was growing up, that I'm someone who wears their heart on their sleeve.
Yeah.
And it's like a reminder to do that. That is a reminder for me to make sure I'm always doing that.
But I've never been any different that way, simply because, all right, I've been ridiculed, embarrassed. I've had all sorts of comments made about me and one thing or another. And yes, it does hurt. I don't care what anyone says. It does hurt. But I'd rather bite my tongue and walk away than get into an issue with them. But I found that as time went on, I started then saying, no, I can't. It's got to be a point where you say, enough is enough. I am not going to take it. And the reality is, someone made a comment a while back in saying, how many friends you got on Facebook? I said, I'm not sure, to be honest. I never even looked at them. So when I checked, it was something about 500, something on that mark.
Yeah.
And he said, and how many do you know? What do you mean? I know them all. I do talk to them all. Yeah, I know that, but how many do you actually know? And I don't think I could count 5 on one hand. I really don't. Because when you sit down and say, how many of them do you know? It's not a case of knowing someone and saying, hiya, and like the neighbour and so on. This is someone who you can rely on, someone you can talk to without gossip coming out from the other end, or someone who you can have a damn good laugh with and not be accused of being an ist, as I call them. You know what I mean? It's you can speak your mind and not get them coming back at you saying, you can't say that anymore now. I get that. I totally get it, right? But if you say something in a joking manner, and it is a joke, it's funny, everyone around laughs, and you've got that one idiot who goes, that's not very funny, that's not very nice. And it's like, but it was a joke, And it is not going down that avenue of
you could see it. You could see you can read on my fucking face.
Of course I can see it on you, right? What I'm saying is, honestly, the amount of friends that you talk to, are they really, really a friend? Or just someone you know?
Well, I think that there is. Well, that's where you've got your best friends. I don't think a best friend is someone who, is just like that one person. I disagree with that notion. I think best friends are people who you can rely on. Basically, what you're saying.
Yeah.
What I will say is like, it's one thing that I've learned more in my 20s, and that is, friends aren't there forever. Type of thing. Life is like getting on a train. People will get on and get off, and some may like get back on. Type of a deal. But there are going to be people who you are extremely close with now, and you can rely on so much now, but you can't in the future. And that doesn't lessen that friendship. I think the idea of like you have to basically die with your best friend to make it worth value is stupid, because you're denying yourself the ability to get close to someone because you're like, I don't think I can rely on them. I don't think I can bury a body with them, type of thing. I think that it's important to recognize that friendships begin and they end, and that like you know Olivia, all right? I was extremely close with her, and she backstabbed me so hard it put me in therapy. I still look back at the times that I shared with her as positive times, but I also recognize I can't rely on shit with her. I will never speak to her again because of it. Yeah. But I do not lessen the closeness or the good times that I had with her, because they're two separate scenarios. We're different people. All the versions of us that back then and the versions of us that we became are different people because we change. There are people in my life, like, Scott, my best friend. We've been friends now for 11 years. Coming up the end of this year, it's 11 years. I can rely on him, and I have that. And I always remember you talking about like how, like, make sure you get that one person in your life that you can absolutely rely on.
Always important. Yeah.
And I know that isn't just Scott. That is that whole group of like friends that I used to travel with. And I do have more now. I do have more that I can absolutely rely on. And I think the benefit of that is, well, there are obvious benefits to that, but in order to get that, you just have to wear your heart on your sleeve. It's like you have to show how vulnerable you are in order for in order to keep being trusted. It's like your heart is a muscle, obviously. So being vulnerable with your heart is like working your heart out. It is literally a muscle you have to work out, because someone is going to fuck you over on that. Yeah. Someone is going to hurt you and take advantage of that. But it doesn't matter if they do that, because someone's going to do it regardless. It's how you get back up, because it allows you to know better. It allows you to get over things better, but stop trusting. Not stop trusting, to keep trusting people. Stop trusting the wrong people and start trusting the right people. And that takes time, experience, and getting hurt at the same time. It's just about moving forward, not necessarily about needing that one person to stay in your life, kind of a thing.
Well, you know that one person with me, all right?
Mm-hmm.
There, look, see it? See that sign?
Yes. Jeff.
GOGS.
Yes.
Which stands for Grumpy Old Gits.
That's the one.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, Jeff is my sidekick. We obviously metal detecting, and we call ourselves the Grumpy Old Gits.
Mm-hmm.
We'll always complain and moan and groan and have a go at each other. If anyone's seen the videos, you'll know that we hit each other with spades, we kick each other up the backside, we call each other out like nobody's business.
Yeah.
And yet, we've been friends for over 50 years, well over.
Yeah.
And I know I can rely on him, and he knows he can rely on me. And that's the way it's always been. But I would never say it to his face.
Why?
We don't need to. Because we don't need to. We find it more entertaining, not just for ourselves, right, but in general, to have a go at each other. Have you been at the house whenever he phones me? The first thing I say, for God's sake, what do you want now? Piss off!
Mm-hmm. But if that's your weird love language, that's fine.
Exactly.
But
exactly.
That's fine. Just make sure, like, I think that it's important now and again to affirm how much you care about each other. I think that is something.
We do that
yeah.
by talking on personal terms. Sometimes when we're out, and there's nothing more. No, they say about getting out, going for a walk, right? I know metal detecting, some years ago I'd have laughed in your face. But now I have done it so many times, and you're out in this field, sometimes on your own, in a place that very few, not even a handful of people would have ever have been themselves. The views are just absolutely mind-blowing, and your concentration is just like you're in another world. You are absolutely gone. And it's times like that sometimes that we sit down in the field and we start chatting and we talk on personal, very, very personal terms. I got a problem with this, or I got something with that. We just got it, but we don't need to say it anymore. You know what I mean? It's like he says, "Oh, he's my mate." Where, hey, you got no mates. It's just instant. But we know each other. We've known each other for so long. We don't need to sort of go to those levels. But then there's very few people you can ever honestly sit down and say, that's what me and that person is like. Very few. And when you've got one, oh God, hold on to him.
Yeah.
You will need them. You will definitely need them. And you're right by saying let them know.
Definitely. That it's I think a lot of the time I think one thing that it was a negative. Listen, when it comes to parenting, there is no correct way to do it. There is no correct way to do it. We're all just a bunch of positive things and negative things that our parents taught us. And there are negative things that I got from you guys. Like, obviously, I told you this at Christmas. You did a damn well job. I am proud of you. I can't complain about you. I am glad that you are my dad, and I wouldn't trade you for anyone. All right? The negative things that I can say are that because of conversations like that, where if you've got one, hold on to them type of thing. Yeah. I think that I have accidentally strangled some friendships of mine in the past when they're starting to die out. And instead of healthily letting them go, I choked out those friendships. Yeah. And I was trying to, and also in relationships as well. I haven't spoken to you about relationships, but I have been in very abusive relationships where I was taken advantage of because I didn't want them to go. Because I was like, I need to rely on this person type of thing. And therapy helped me with that kind of a thing. So to also fight against, like, not against those words, but in tandem is if it's easy, if it's fixable, work on it. If they do not want to engage, if they do not want to fix it, if you are not a two-way street, let it go. Let it go.
It is hard. It is hard to let go. Mm-hmm. But you have to.
You are better off by yourself, healthy, than with
yeah.
someone unhealthy. And I think I grew up too often, especially, I mean, I was regularly bullied in school, you know this. And I just dealt with it sometimes just so I could be around people, because I was always an extrovert. So I'd rather have been picked on and be around people than alone type of thing, which, thank you, therapy. I've now dealt with that. But yeah, it's a difficult thing to deal with. But keep those people, that you care about in your life. I suppose talking about people of getting rid of in your life, we've never really spoken about this. What was it like getting divorced? By the way, my dad is still with my mum. This is this was a fun fact. I want to explain this. I want to fucking explain this. Hang on now. Because when I didn't know this. So I knew that my 3 of my siblings were from your previous relationship before you got with Mam. All right. But I didn't know that you two didn't get married. I didn't know that that you didn't marry that person. No. All right. But I knew that you were married before.
Yeah.
And then in a conversation with Jeff, they referenced them. All right. And I didn't know. And then I addressed you like, what? And then you told me, no, I was previously married. We didn't have
That's right.
kids. And then the last relationship, you didn't get married. So
Yeah.
what would you said that you shouldn't have gotten married and you were pushed into doing it.
Correct. Yeah.
All right.
was,
I remember that. Explain it all.
Right. I was obviously
Derek,
still
thank you
doing
for
the
the
radio
read.
work then,
Yeah.
back in them days. And I did a program called Ward to Ward. And we up to the patients and we'd have a damn good laugh. And that's
Yeah.
the way the show always was, as you know. And there was a patient up on the ward, and she was making a big fuss and she wanted to see me. And it was just like, so I went up to see her, give her some, give the autographs and the pictures, the usual stuff. And she said, do you fancy coming out for a meal when I come out of hospital? I said, yeah, give me a ring, and the usual nonsense. Well, sure as eggs, about a fortnight later, the phone rings. So I answer it, and it's her. Now, bearing in mind, right, not that it should make a difference, but at the time, it did. She was 13 years older than me,
Oh.
right?
I shit myself there, Dad.
13 years
I
old,
thought you
no.
said 13
Oh,
years
no.
old. I shit myself.
No. She was 13 years
Older than you. Okay.
Yeah.
And how old were you?
At the time, I was a young, sprightly 21-year-old.
Oh my. Okay. That's
No.
not great. That's not a
But
great.
the point is,
Yeah.
she was lovely. Don't get me wrong. She was nice. I won't hold it against her. She was Scottish. And you remember the old saying that people used to, in fact, you still hear it now. When I get married, I'm going to get married to a deaf and dumb.
Did my dad's internet just cut out? What was my dad about to say? What was my father about to say? The Scottish interrupted. Hang on, let's try and call him back. Hello? Did my dad's internet just cut out? Of all times. That is hilarious. Hang on. Where's my phone? Let's call my dad. Let's call him. All right, we'll get this back up now. Honestly, I knew that something like this was gonna happen. All right, let's see what happens here now.
I don't know what happened. It's gone dead. It's gone frozen on me.
What? The computer froze.
Yeah, everything's frozen.
I just
Hang on, things are changing again. Things are changing on the computer. Hang on a second.
Oh, are you back?
Connect to you.
There we go. Hiya.
You're
I can
back
hear
on.
you
There we
again.
are, I got
There
you.
we go.
Sorry. Like I said, I was talking. All of a sudden, I said, I don't know if you were playing statues.
No, you completely froze, and I was just like, "Oh, what were you just about to say?" I was like, because you froze on a part that I was like, "Oh God, what was that? What was that? What was about to be said?"
No, what I was saying was that we met up anyway. We went out for a drink and this, that, and the other, and one thing led to another, and everyone loved her. She was the life and soul of the party. She really was. Everyone thought the world of her. All my cousins, my aunties, my uncles, the family, everyone talked to her. And I just wasn't comfortable. And she kept pushing about, can we get married? Look, I've only known you 3 months. What are you talking about? Yeah, exactly. It was too early. And everyone was going, oh, yeah, she's lovely and she's perfect. But I mean, in fairness, I said jokingly I was 21. I wasn't. I was 24. Right?
Oh, okay.
And, but it was like, I'm just not comfortable with it. It felt like I was being manipulated by everyone and forcing me into it.
Yeah.
And they must have thought, he's 24, he better get married before it's too late. I wasn't interested in getting married. It was not in the slightest was the interest. But then, we got married, and I think it lasted about 3 months. Not even that. It's just it wasn't going to work. I knew it wasn't going to work, and we just parted company, and that was it.
What
there was-
happened to make you get the divorce then?
At the time I was a psychiatric nurse in a psychiatric hospital, obviously,
Yeah.
and I was doing night shifts, and I had my suspicions that while I was going off on nights, something was going on behind my back, and that got confirmed verbally by a couple of people, and I said, well, that's it. It's, for me, if something's gone, it's gone. I don't lose sleep over it. I just decide that's it. As you were saying, funny enough, earlier on, about instead of hanging on to it, let it go.
Yeah.
But that's how I felt. And no, I don't want to know. And the same happened with the second one. And lots of people say, well, do you like wedding cake, do you? Well, I don't like to tell it, but I do actually. But but it's with her, we were together for 10 years.
Does our family just have awful taste in people? Does our family just have awful taste in people? Because I've just
We must do.
like I'm sorry, like you and Mum are solid. All right, you and Mum are solid. All right, my taste, I think I have one ex that I can look at and go, yeah, that. We broke up. Like I ended it. They didn't really want to end it, but we ended fairly mutually because of like we wanted different things in the future. We just had different goals. So I ended that one. But every other person that I freaking dated, no, just bad. I hear about your exes, not great either. And then. What
But
else
it
is that?
happens, it's just one of those things. You just got to take it on the bloody chin. But I am one, in all honesty. If I say that's it, I've had enough. Like I said, I don't mince words. There's no point in mincing words. I'm not nasty about it, right? And do you know the weirdest thing of all?
What?
The three, obviously your mother and the other two. If you ask your mother, she'll tell you. We've all sat together, talked, having a drink, socialising. All three know each other. Seriously. They weren't buddies, they weren't best friends, right? But all three knew each other.
You needed a better social. You
I
needed a
was-
better social group. That's what you
I
needed.
think so. It was weird. People were saying, how the hell do you manage that? And the thing is, we didn't part on bad terms. We parted because it couldn't go any further for us. It had gone, it's run it bit. I didn't want to marry the first, right? I'd have quite happily married the second, but we never got to it because I didn't even bother filing for a divorce because you had to wait 2 years.
Oh God.
So we just got, all that was in there, it was all part and parcel. So irrespective of anything else, when the eldest, and that's the daughter that I didn't mention earlier on, Amanda, my firstborn, and she's the one that, when people say about the Welsh,
yeah.
well, she's one of them. She talks like innit? Smack your face in, I will.
Oh, I love
Suck your
you.
face. Yeah, I love you the best.
Oh
I do,
yeah. Like the
That's
whole.
She's my eldest.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, 43 last week.
Oh crap! I keep thinking she's just about to turn 40. I keep thinking that. That's been years now since that.
43. I can't get over it myself. But she was born on summer solstice.
See, it's probably okay for your oldest to be like around that age, but when it's your youngest, that when they start hitting those marks, it's like, oh crap,
I know.
crap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
I can't keep you
23
young
years
anymore,
older.
Dad. I can't keep you young anymore. I'm about
No.
to turn 30.
Yeah.
Right.
I see, she's 23 years older than you.
Yeah. Oh,
But
God.
there we are. See,
Um,
go on.
Oh, I was going to change topic, so yeah, keep going.
Yeah, no, it's just that, all three did know each other and do know each other. And you'd be amazed how many times all three sat at a table chatting. And it's weird. And
Hopefully
I know
not
it's
about
weird.
you.
I was there. I
Oh,
just
God.
sat there and enjoyed it. Is that about me? No.
God.
And I got ridiculed by all three as well.
Sometimes you
At the
deserve
same
it.
time.
Sometimes
Yeah,
you
well,
deserve
yeah,
it. alright?
I can take it, yeah. Especially with my dad jokes.
Yeah.
But
My dad every year is like, I can't believe my eldest is turning X already. Yeah, your parents do that. Your parents do that. Being the youngest is the worst for that, though. Being the oldest or youngest is the worst for
you're
it,
right.
because you get it a lot more. Your parents like have life realizations more with your oldest or youngest. The middle kids don't matter as much when it comes to that. So talking about being a kid type of thing. For you, what is the earliest memory that you can recall at this point now?
Of my youth,
Yeah, of your
when I
youth.
was young,
Yeah.
I was 3 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It's something I always go back to. It's a strange one. If you don't know Swansea, it's going to be difficult. The Vetch Field, Swansea Football Club.
Yeah.
We actually lived around the corner from there.
Yes.
It was on Oxford Street I lived in.
Yeah.
And we had to walk to school, obviously. And at 3 years of age, I was walking to school. Now, the funniest part of all was St. Helens was the school, infant school it was, I had to go to.
Mm-hmm.
And as we'd walked down the side of the Vetchfield, my grandparents and uncles lived in the house next door to the football ground. But between the two was a garage.
Yeah.
And I've never forgotten this garage. It was big wooden doors, and it had the little door in the big door, if you know what I mean. So the doors would concertina out big, and there'd be cars, there'd be vans, there'd be all sorts in the garage, and then they'd put it closed, and you had this one little door with a key and a handle, and just walk in and walk out that way. And nobody ever locked doors in those days. Nobody locked doors.
Yeah.
And we were coming home from school, and I can remember distinctly me and my brother turned the handle on the door and it opened. So we went in to have a look, didn't we? And we could see the big cars and all the rest. And we got so excited. Oh, we got and jumped into the cars, pretended to drive away. You know what it's like, 3-year-old, your imagination, you're gone. And then all of a sudden, lights came on and a man was screaming. And it was terrified. Absolutely. That's the first memory I have of remembering when I was small.
Yeah.
And I can remember, and it sounds awful funny when I say it, when he caught us and threatened to get the police.
Yeah.
I can remember putting my hand, literally both hands
3-year-old
in
like
my mouth, and then pulling on my bottom jaw and screaming, no, terrified. Because obviously the upbringing we had.
Yeah.
And we weren't doing any harm. Right? We weren't breaking anything or doing. We were just, there's a car there, and we were sitting in it pretending we were driving, and 3 and 4-year-old. Yeah, I said, but that's my earliest memory. But I can remember my mother had something like about 40 chicks in a box. My father fetched home from work. Why? God only knows. But all these little yellow chicks running around inside a box. Don't know what happened to them. I'll have to ask my mother and find out, actually. But we had
That story doesn't end well, probably.
40. I got a funny feeling they didn't. But there was 40 of them. I can remember it distinctly. 40 yellow chicks. Beautiful. Oh, it was just running your hand on them and touching them. It was just like a new experience. But loved animals, all of us. We had dogs, cats, tortoise, rabbits, guinea pigs. We had all sorts out of back garden.
Yeah.
There we are. That's where the caring came from, see?
Oh my god. All right. So, obviously there's stuff like DJing and stuff like that you wanted to do whilst you were in your like teens and 20s. Whilst you were growing up, did you have because when I was a kid, I wanted to be a teacher. That was one originally. I wanted to be a director. That happened in my teens. What was the job that you wanted originally?
For me, gymnastics teacher.
Oh, gym teacher. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to be a PE teacher. I loved gymnastics, loved swimming. We went on a school up to Stoke-on-Trent. Took part in the inter-schools diving championships, and I won. I won it. I know, but I had everything about me at that time. I loved gymnastics. To look at me now, you think yourself, yeah, but that's. I've got
That
photographs
was like
of
me
me
when
on
I was a
trampoline.
kid. I loved doing gymnastics, and then I got the body of a rugby player that I didn't ask for.
But then it was like I got pictures of me bouncing on a trampoline, doing gymnastics on a trampoline, going over the big box, on the trampette, and there's just loads of workouts. I used to run not marathons, the cross country. I used to love sport of all kind, and I wanted to be a PE teacher. And I got a bum steer, basically.
Yeah.
I was told, because ironically, a lot of my family, from my father up back, my grandfather, all served in the Navy and the Merchant Navy. And they loved it, and they said, try that, go for it, So I went down, and it was up on High Street. They had a recruitment office. I went in, done all the tests, everything, and it was ready, it was done. And I thought, this is the way, I'm on my way now. So he said, is there anything you want to ask before you sign? And I said, well, how long will it take before I become a qualified PE teacher? And he went, what? I said, how long will it be before I become a qualified PE teacher? Because that's what I really wanted. And he said, you're signing up, he said, for 3 years to start with. When you come back after 3 years and you're ready to leave, then you can go into college and do the. And I thought, hang on, I'm not waiting 3 years. And I said, no, I'm not signing up. And I walked out. That was it, plain and simple. But then I didn't know what to do with myself. I was totally flummoxed. Nobody said I could go to college. Nobody said I could, and where I should go. I had nothing. So I ended up doing an apprenticeship as a baker.
Yes, I'm aware.
Fully qualified as a baker. And then I walked out and went straight up to Kevin Coyd Psychiatric Hospital. From that point onwards, nothing but nursing and caring. I run a home for special needs. Most of my life has been around challenging behaviour, special needs, rather than general nursing.
Can we just talk about how you dealt with kids with special needs, but couldn't pick up on the fact that 2 of your kids had ADHD, potentially 3, like with Jamie as well.
You don't see it, but yeah, but.
Well, no, we joke about it. We joke about it because you thought that we were just normal kids. That's what you thought. Because like they're like me, and if you don't know something's up with you, you don't know. So, like at least 3 of us, have ADHD, and like me and Charlotte have joked about the fact that like you and Ma'am definitely have ADHD. You flag every single friggin' flag that could be. Like, you get hobbies.
Agree,
Metal detecting came out of fucking nowhere, Dad.
I know.
That came out of nowhere.
DJing came from nowhere.
Fishing.
What else? Yeah, CB radios. I've done all sorts. I've even been Father Christmas. There we are. Quite a few times. And I've still got his outfit.
And you got super into each one of our hobbies. You got into each one of our hobbies growing up as well.
But each one of you took on the hobby because I was doing part of it or doing it. The radio side, right? You got involved with that. Mm-hmm. You got involved with the fishing.
Yes. You
also got involved with cameras. We'll go around taking photographs of different places.
Well, the cameras, that one I picked up independently, in my opinion.
Yeah, but if you have a look at all the photos, there are hundreds and hundreds of photos in that loft, right? Yeah. Not just of you growing up and Charlotte growing up and the rest growing up, but there are films and photographs of the old Swansea. used to go
Well,
around
no,
and take
I
the
know,
photographs
but
and stuff like that.
what I'm saying in this scenario is that I picked that up independently rather than
Yeah.
like fishing. You made me go do radio. You made me go do. All right. Whereas like the camera stuff, that is like one that didn't come from. Not that it didn't come from you really, because obviously like we had cameras around the house, and then I picked them up,
Yeah.
and then I did something different with them.
Yeah.
Like I would say,
Right.
compared
That's
to
what I
like.
used to curse you. I used to curse
You
you
used to
like
get
hell
so
over.
you still, Dad,
Mm.
Dad. The fact that you're like, how do you do these things? And I have a degree. You're like, oh yeah, how do you do that? How do you do that? I'm just like, you go study. You go study, Dad. You go study it for 3 frigging years at university, and then you spend nothing but your whole teens learning how to edit, watching other people's stuff, making your own. That's what you do. And then you're like, oh, I've got this idea for a thing. Cool, do it yourself.
Yeah.
That's what I had to do. You want to do a thing? Do it yourself.
Oh, I got a sympathy for the old man now. See, that's what it is. I'm getting on. I'm elderly. I got a pension. All I want now is a walking stick.
I know, but there's some stuff like I showed you the last time that I was at home, like part of the stuff that I do. All right. Which we'll get into my job in a bit. But
I am amazed by it. I'll be honest. I seriously am.
All right. You want to know this? You see this?
Oh my God! Yeah. Here we go.
Okay, so this is different. So, guys, I gave my dad a Quest 2 for Christmas one year, one that I was no longer using. But this one here, all right, you see this? See this little like part of it? That tracks my mouth. So whilst I am a digital version of myself, it matches my mouth movements as well. It also has eye tracking, so it catches me blinking and like side-eyeing and all that stuff. And then I have each individual tracker for... Oh, wait, there's my microphone for it as well. Part of the reason I haven't really shown you much of what I do is because I will get it in the ear, because you will hyper focus on my hobby.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's not even hobby. Hold on. This is my job. You will hyper focus on my job. All right. And then ask me 1,001 questions on how to do it yourself.
Yep.
Because that's what you
And
do.
then I won't do it myself.
Yeah, but I will still hear it in the ear. I built you a computer that you could edit on, gave you the editing software, and never heard no hide nor hair of you doing anything. And then it's broken.
That's the very computer I'm talking to you on right now.
Yes, I'm aware, because I built it.
And I'm making films. I still do them with the GOGs. They go on YouTube. We've got 120 odd videos out there. I am using it.
Okay, so we haven't talked about this. I remember you talking about, because your YouTube channel has been doing very well in the metal detecting scene.
Yeah.
I laugh because I remember it was during the pandemic is when I blew up, content wise. Currently, like to give you an idea, we have 205 people watching us right now, which is right now.
Right.
All right. So there's that for you. The amount of people who are following this channel, 25,000 people.
All right, rub it in.
All right. My TikTok has 74,000 people. My Twitter, 33,000 people. My YouTube channel, 41,000 people, I believe. All right. But what was funny is that you called me to be all like, oh yeah, what are you at now? Like 500 subs or something like that on GOGs? Yeah. You were like really proud and really happy, and I was happy for you and stuff like that. But you were asking me what I was doing job wise at the time. But it was amusing to me because I was just like, oh yeah, like work's going really well. I just got a sponsorship with Fortnite, which is a really popular game. And then you're like, oh, that's really good for you. GOGs just hit 500 subs. And I laughed because I was like, it's just like out of context. It sounded you were like, I'm doing well too.
On a different
like contextual, I was like, this isn't a game, Dad. This is like always whenever I talk about work and like subscriptions and like viewership, because sometimes you ask, all right, I will say it, and then you go, oh yeah, my latest GOGs video got this, and I'm like, I'm proud of you. I'm happy for you. Keep making that stuff. Do it, because that's what I've been doing since 2006.
Yeah.
And then it just, every time that we talk about it, it's like, it makes me laugh. It's almost like, I know you're not doing it. You're just taking an involvement and interest. But every time you get it, you talk about it, it sounds like you're jealous. And it makes me laugh.
Yeah. It's, I can tell you now, honestly, it's nothing to do with being jealous or
I know.
anything else. And that's just the same with when we say about having followers. I'm not really that bothered. We do it because we like to have a bloody good laugh. We don't, in all honesty, and you know that on the video, right? We don't even take the metal detecting seriously. We're not out there trying to teach people how to use a metal detector. We're out there having a bloody good laugh, because that's all we want to do. Everyone keeps calling us bloody Laurel and Hardy, and a few of the others, and it's like, in certain ways, yes, slapstickish.
Yeah.
But we just go out there and we have a damn good laugh. That's all it's about. It's not about taking it serious and getting this and getting that. But I love it. I absolutely. And the best part is, I'm retired now. I can do what I want when I want.
Yeah.
And it's. I've never been in that position before in my life. Now I'm off in the morning. I'll be out 6:30 tomorrow morning. Off up to Brecon, metal detecting on a rally. And
have fun.
Love it. I do. I genuinely love it. But the videos that we get, especially of the the coastline and you can't beat Wales. Come on, you know what I mean?
Okay, so I just spotted this, by the way. Number one, yes, Wales is very, very, very pretty. We just went up Pen and Van the other day. The thing that's making me laugh right now is you're vaping at the minute, and you don't know this. I'm quitting. I'm in the middle of quitting vaping, and I'm dying. I am like,
why are you? Yeah, I want one.
Yeah, no, that's my situation. So
I didn't have one for an hour.
I know, and that's a long time for you.
I know.
All right, so the thing is with me, I do still have vapes, but we can get into this conversation. These are my CBD oil vapes. These are my weed vapes, essentially. They don't get me high. They're not that. But see, we can breathe. Like, I still have these because they're not nicotine. I feel like awful. I feel awful on nicotine now. Yeah. Every single time I vape, and it's because of the disposables. The disposables are 20 milligram, and they're hitting me too. Like, I feel awful after it, and I don't want to reduce it down. I don't want to like go back down to like my 6s, because I just know that all I'm gonna do is breathe in even more to try and get that same hit, which isn't gonna work. I need to cold turkey it, because I know when you gave up smoking, you didn't wean yourself off. You went.
No, I stopped. I stopped. Completely dropped it. Yeah.
I can't.
Then if I know for a fact that I tend to smoke, pull out the vape as a social thing. When I'm chillaxed and quite sort of mellow, a little vape now and again. But sometimes I've gone all day long. 90% of the time when we're out, I never look for it. If I'm doing something, going somewhere, I don't look for it. But the minute I chillax, it's like it's part of it. Yes, I just say chillax.
You're reading my chat?
What? I can't see your chat.
Oh, okay. I was like, how did you know? Because chat is currently loving you saying chillax, by the way. I was reading chat, and I was like, you're reading my chat right now.
Yeah, I got nothing. I've got nothing in front of me other than you. So
all right. Let's keep the questions going then. Out of all the siblings, which one of us was the hardest to raise?
I think I'm gonna have to say the middle one.
Jamie? Why Jamie?
He was a challenge. He was a serious challenge. Again, you talk about ADHD. He was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he's got it.
If you say to him not to, he will. anything that he shouldn't do, he will do. And it's almost like he used to taunt. Now, he's just unbelievable. He's fantastic, you know. Anything you want, need, and he's so genuine. Do you know what I mean? He'll go out of his way to help you. And I'm proud, you know, really am proud of him as well. You know, there's no getting away from it. He's completely
He is
changed.
a proper, he is a proper modern dad. Type of thing.
Oh, he's wonderful with the kids.
Yeah.
He cooks everything. She doesn't eat and look in. She don't.
Yeah.
He eats the cooking.
Good on him. Good on him. I yelled at you once. I remember, not yelled at you. I brought up as a comment one time as a kid.
Yeah.
I was like, you were like whining about something. You were you must have had like a hard day at work or something. But you were like whining and complaining about the food not being done. It was clear you had a bad day. All right, looking back at it, you were whining about like wanting food, and I was just like, why don't you cook? And then you're like, what? And I'm just like, listen, I've never seen, unless ma'am is away, I've never seen you cook. Why don't you cook now and again? And then you just go off on this tirade of being like, I work 40 hours a week. And I was just like, I just brought up a fact about like the masculine fact that like, oh, I'm the breadwinner, and like it's like I just caught like brain cells to like be like a person and go and start questioning things, which I think like in all of us in this family, we look at something that's like, what? That seems unfair. Like,
Why?
listen,
When?
why? Like, I've seen man be sick as a dog, and she still cooks because that's the things that you do within the thing. And I'm just like, why don't you cook? And you went off. You went off about how you work 40 hours and all this stuff, and it was just I didn't take it personally at all. I found it funny, and I look back at it because to me in that moment, I critiqued you on something valid, and you got defensive because it's like, you're right, but you shouldn't be right. It's one of those like, and a lot of parents do it when they get called out by their kids. They don't know how to react, so they get defensive and do the parent thing, and that is, I'm yelling at you now because I am your parent.
Yeah.
And I
took
took
no respect for me. You've just overstepped the mark.
Yeah, like when kids start challenging their parents, it's the ego of the parent you look out for.
But you'd be surprised though, the parent does actually listen to it. Your parent might, you know, lose their temper or have a major freaky, but in all honesty, I suppose in a way I've been very, very lucky. I'm a bit like your grandfather's next door neighbours. Look at that. I saved saying their names, didn't I? Yeah? You got me?
Yeah.
Right. He is not allowed to do a damn thing. She does it all, and she will not have it any other way.
Yeah, like there is a to and fro. It depends on like it depends on like what it's different. It's different on certain things. But you brought it up. You brought this up. You mentioned that you did an apprenticeship as a baker. All right, you know how to cook. You take pride. You take pride in some of the things that you cook, don't you? So out of the 18 years I lived in that house, I think I could count on one set of hand. I get one hand how many times you cooked. When man was away at a Donny concert, I think they were each Donny concert situations. I think probably 3 times. 3 times you cooked for us, probably. All right. And one of them I know was just scallops. All right. One of them you were just like, I'm in the mood to make scallops. I'm making scallops. A man was like, I don't want to make them. You make them. And you're like, fine, I will. That was the conversation.
Yeah.
All right.
I did. Yeah. I love them. It's like overgrown chips. Crisps, I mean, crisps.
Yes, yeah. All right. I guess next question would be, what is the worst date you've ever had? Oh, that was a face. That was a face.
Like, let's just say it wasn't my worst date. It was hers.
Is this the
I'm s-
time that you were pushed to go into it? I need to check. Where you were pushed to go on a date with someone you didn't want to go on a date with, and then
Yes,
you
yeah.
took her to work with you and made her sit in the corner.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And
I was like, I think it's going to switch it to this. I
I
was
know
like,
it was horrible. But the thing is, I had no interest in her. It was my sister's friend. It was.
yeah,
And she said, I've arranged for you to go out with so tomorrow night, blah, 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 this time, meet her down by, right? I said, but I can't. I said, I've got to go and do some recordings. She said, well, take her with you. All right, fair enough. Good idea. This is the period when I had no interest in being with anyone. I was quite happy as a single person. I lived in my own flat. I was, I could come and go and do as I
you were
want.
too busy being a slut.
Yeah, slag. Not a slut, a slag. But I do feel guilty about it, I'll be honest, because it was a bit naughty. There was it was an interview with Gwyn something or other. He was the music director, right, of a jazz band.
Yeah.
Of all things, a jazz band, right?
Yes.
But he'd done 25 years service and he's been recognised for it. And so they got all the jazz band together in the local church. And I met her, jumped on the bus with her, and I had my dirty, great big reel-to-reel. And then it is sat up there in the corner here.
Yeah.
That
That thing's like worth £1,000, by the way.
Huge. Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. Years, it's beautiful. Anyway, I carted this bloody reel-to-reel on the weight of it down over to this church. It goes inside the hall.
Yeah.
The jazz band were in there. They were all doing their rehearsing and everything else. So I said to her, do us a favour, hold on to the lid. I got to record him by her. And I interviewed him. Then I recorded the jazz band marching up and down.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I realised, oh, bloody hell, time's getting on. Yeah, the last bus now. So, right, gets all the stuff together, straight out to the bus stop, gets on the bus, takes it to where we met up. Nice to see you anyway, see you again. Ta-da. And I went. I just left her there at the bus stop. And I regretted it later.
Did your sister comment on this at all?
Oh, she did. She told me no uncertain terms that she was disgusted with me. And I get it. It's not something I would recommend to anyone. But then again, if you're trying to drop the hint to someone that you don't want to be with them anymore, try it. It works.
You're telling people to abuse people, Dad. Your recommendation is to emotionally manipulate people.
But I was being manipulated myself into going out with her.
That's not her fault.
Well, why did she want to go out with me? That's the way I look at it.
I can see where my insecurity comes from now. All right.
No, I did feel guilty, and I do honestly. If I saw her today, I would probably apologise to her.
Probably.
I still wouldn't go out with her.
Well, you're married now, so.
I know.
All right. Okay. Favorite memory as a parent, then.
As a parent, oh my god. Can I embarrass you?
Oh crap! Yeah, go on then.
It's got to be you on this one, because it was like you would come out of your shell. Obviously, school was difficult on occasions for you.
It certainly was.
And
all three of them.
there was this one occasion when you were in the nursery. No, infants. Which was the third one? The second one. Before you go up to before you go
high
up
school,
to,
before comp.
Before
that's
you go to senior, not senior.
primary school then.
Primary has got to
Infants, primary, comprehensive.
Yeah. Now, if you remember, as soon as I start talking about it, the school panto. All right.
Okay, is this the one where I embarrassed the crap out of myself?
I'm not gonna use that one about
The piano one? Yeah, I don't want to talk about that one. The piano story stays locked.
No, I'm not gonna do that one to you. They were dancing on the stage, singing along, and then there's this little boy in the far left-hand corner who suddenly absolutely adored. Good look at his face. Take the look at his face now.
I'm trying to figure out this story.
Yeah, you will. You will.
So I was in primary school.
Yeah, it was in.
We were. There was a performance on.
You would do. You would do to go up to their year. You were in the first lot.
Yeah.
Anyway, they were, shall we say, dancing to a certain song of a certain girl group that he loved.
I didn't like Spice Girls. If you're talking about Spice, I know
correct.
Wait, it was Spice Girls? I thought it was. I was a big fan of S Club 7. That was my one. Charlotte was.
I know he loved
Spice Girls.
S Club 7.
But yeah, carry on.
They were doing
semantics.
So they were all dancing on the stage, doing their bit, and all of a sudden, everyone in the room was looking over to the left-hand side. There you were, going through the routine, standing up, not even bothered by anyone that was behind you, which was the whole of the audience, doing their dance. And you were going hell for leather of it. Your arms were going, you're jumping up and down, and everyone was looking at you, and they weren't laughing at you, they were laughing because it was so funny to see it. And I was chuffed. And
Never
the reason
change.
why I was chuffed,
I never change.
the reason why I've still got the video, I'm sure, of you when we were in Butlins, and you was tap dancing on the dance floor.
Oh, yeah, because my shoes were making tap sounds, yeah.
Yeah, and you were tap dancing. It was just like, but you loved dancing, and music was the one thing that was getting you going.
I think that's always been a thing across my life, really, and it makes sense as to why my nickname is Bard, because music has always been.
Yeah, you definitely love music.
It's always been
got
that.
the videos, plenty of those videos that shows you in front of the TV, holding up the TV, and you go in hell for leather with the song on the music on the telly.
A whole lot. We listened to a lot of Motown. I look back to the 90s, and considering like Oasis were like a thing, Blur and all that kind of thing, the two music vibes in our house were Motown and Spice Girls / S Club 7.
Yeah.
Very weird, very weird vibe.
But it was just so fascinating. For me, it was just like, he's so shy, an introvert, and you were. There was no getting away from it in school.
I was.
All right, part of it was from being bullied, and part of it was you didn't like to sort of show yourself up or anything else. You just wanted to blend into the background and keep away and keep yourself to yourself. And seeing you, couldn't stop yourself. Up, dancing, going through all the motions, all the arms swinging and twisting and everything else. And at the end, everyone was clapping. Right? But they weren't clapping the girls on the stage dancing. They were clapping you. You know? And for me, it was just like,
casually show people up.
He's come out. So, but there we are.
Yeah, I see you. You see what you mean. That I wasn't expecting a me story. I was expecting anyone. I was like, I'm the youngest. All the proud moments are like, you're used to raising kids by the time it got to me. So I was like,
there's lots of them.
Yeah,
you know, but
I wasn't after like
humorous or anything. But like I said, it was that one time where the only time I'd ever seen you open up like that was when we were going away on holiday. Wherever we went, whether it was in Spain, Salou, and all the rest of them.
You took away my social obligations, though. That's the situation.
You didn't have anyone around you.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, by taking me out of my not comfort zone, if anything, uncomfort zone. Because of you allowed me to be in front of new people around music and be able to. Well, I suppose be me. That was the thing.
But it was lovely to see you opening up. But it was, in fact, me and him said it's like watching The Ugly Duckling.
Thanks. Thanks.
But it was, in effect, it was
Yeah.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was transforming from one to another. And sometimes you ask any parent, there are certain situations sometimes where if you could harness that and hold on to it for the rest of your life, you would have a wonderful life. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? But, oh well. Anyway, next question.
Next question is, I don't know this story. All right, I know where you got married. How did you propose to Mam? What is that smile?
We were. It was funny. You know our lucky number,
13.
correct? Now, me and your mother went out together for quite a while.
I also
and
know
then
you were a
we
dick
went
to her
to-
the first time you dated.
We went off in our own direction, if you like, and we just didn't see each other then. After that, for a while.
Yeah.
In fact, to be precise, it was 13 years. Right?
Yeah. Because you were doing the hospital radio stuff, right?
That's where we met.
And that's where you met. And didn't you go on a date? And
we went out a few times.
Went out a few times, and you were a bit of a knob.
Let's just say, your gran
did not
despised
like
me
you.
like nobody's
Yeah.
business. She hated me absolutely with a vengeance. She didn't like me at
Yeah.
all. So we kept it quiet. We had no choice, you know. We liked each other. We weren't doing any harm. It wasn't like there was any mischief getting up to or anything else. It was down the studio. She'd come down, I'd do my show and all the rest of it, and then off we'd go and meet up on the odd occasion, you know, for half hour somewhere.
Yeah.
But then after that, then we just went off in a different direction. 13 years later, ironically,
Yeah.
we bumped into each other in the hospital when it all started in the very early days.
Mm-hmm.
I was down there training a special needs girl in work experience. And your mother walked into the canteen because we were having a break. And all of a sudden, she tapped me on the shoulder, and, you know, from nowhere. Bloody hell, you know, so chatting. We talked all the way through the break. And we decided we'd meet up after the break, which we did. After she finished work. And we were talking about the past and everything in general. And we thought, after a while, it suddenly dawned on us, we actually met on the 13th, 13 years later. And because the dates all messed up, we were the bed push. That's what we were doing at the time when we got involved. Because we went into the Guinness Book of Records.
Yep. My dad technically took part in a Guinness World Book of Record for pushing a bed.
A hospital bed.
Pushing a hospital bed. How far?
3,000 miles.
3,000 miles.
Yeah. And we went into the Guinness Book of Records at the time. And your mother was the support. And it's awful funny seeing some of these photographs all those years before we got together.
Yeah.
But anyway, we were chatting about it and saying how long we'd been going out together by this time. It's almost a year. And one thing led to another. And we said, well, look, you know, 13 years ago, we met on the 13th. We've been going out now 11. How do you fancy getting married 13 months after we met up? And we just laughed it off. But then the following day we talked about it again. And then we thought, that's not a bad idea, it's a nice idea. And by then, her mother was starting to come around a little bit towards me.
Yeah.
Not much, but a little bit. It's taken me about 20 odd years to finally get around there. No, it didn't take that long, to be honest. Because my wonderful charm, my wonderful looks, my debonair nature, you know. Anyway.
More so, she wants her kids to be happy.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And she knew
I
it.
can
She
tell.
knew it.
Whenever you talk to Nan, you put your radio vibe on. I can see it. You are like, I don't know how to talk to her without, cause I can feel on you she hates me. I can feel on you she still hates me. I can feel that anxiety coming off you because I recognize you doing it because I do the same thing for certain people, and I'm like, I know what you're doing. You're just anxious right now. You're trying to impress, and if I'm like, don't,
Well,
just chill.
she relented in the end, and because I think Wendy had a long chat with her, and it was destined. It was going to happen no matter what, you know, with or without, and it just built from there. We when we worked it out, April, which was 13 months after we'd met,
Mm-hmm.
the 13th of April, we booked the wedding and got everything sorted. And we wanted 1 o'clock, but the minister said he has his dinner break at that. It was 1300
Oh, you wanted
hours.
1300, yeah.
So we had 2 o'clock instead. We settled for that one. But
There we
13 has always been our number. And yeah, it was more to do with the fact that all these 13s were coming into place. And we said, let's go for it. And we did.
There you are.
And now it's 30 odd years later. In fact, 32 now, isn't it? Yeah. 33.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was going to say, I thought it was 31. And then swap that round, you got 13. Anyway.
All right. How is it raising me in comparison to the siblings?
How was it raising
How is it
you?
raising me in comparison to everyone else?
You were different. I can't say you weren't. You were different. Not in a bad way. But I don't think I've ever seen you not care. I really can't place it at any stage in your life, right? You would tolerate being bullied. You would tolerate having to go to school to a place you didn't want to be at because of what was going on. You did it, and it's almost like saying, I'm doing it to please you two, me and your mother and me. And you weren't a shouty, loud, argumentative like you are now.
I was gonna say, I am now.
You have changed. No, but to be honest, the others would challenge us, constantly challenging. It's that old syndrome of can I have a
Out of
biscuit?
everyone, I had detention the least. I got detention one time because someone was spreading a rumor around the school that I was gay. And it was at a point where I was struggling with that internally. Someone was spreading a lie that I was it turns out half lie around the school. And I punched him in the stomach, and I got a step 4 detention, to which I was taken to the office, told to apologize. When he left, the teacher then said, don't worry, I would have done the same thing if someone was saying that about me. And I'm just like, I internalized. I know they were trying to make me feel good. Like, I don't know. I still don't know. It's more than likely it was just a homophobic teacher, in my opinion, thinking about it. But looking at that situation, I go, I didn't need to hear that as a kid struggling with that, with being bi. And also I understand that you're also trying to make me feel good by like, hi, someone was spreading false rumors about me. And like not stopping after I asked, because I did. I asked them. It was, do you remember the boy who had their birthday the day after me that lived in Bryn Overyd? Musical one.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he was the one spreading the rumor around, and I asked him like multiple times to stop doing it, and then I punched him in the stomach, and it was around the time where, like, because puberty hit, I was getting like really strong, and I was getting the rugby body, and I punch him at like, I wouldn't say full force, but I winded that kid. That kid went down to the floor, and that was one of 2 times I punched someone in school. But yeah, carry on. How difficult I was to raise in comparison.
I'm trying to think what it was now. There was something you were saying about when you came out. Oh, jeez, what was it? I was gonna, and you reminded me again when you said it, but there. Right, that's what it was. Right, when you when you said about you went to the school prom,
Yeah.
yeah, and you kissed a boy,
Yes.
right?
I didn't kiss a boy at prom. I kissed a
Oh,
boy
well,
at a party. Like
At a party, right? Okay,
it was at Sean's birthday party. I kissed one of my friends at that party.
right. My understanding was you had got ridiculed by quite a few people, and
Yes.
they were going at you. What I can't work out is, what about that boy?
They
Did
were
they
like,
ridicule him as well?
They just put it down to him being drunk. I was drunk as well. Like, we were both drunk at the party. But
Yeah.
okay, so this is the full story. This is the full story. Went to the party.
Need your headlines. Go on. Go on. I'm ready.
All
Let me
right.
get comfy.
So went to Sean's party. We all got drunk on WKD. And I didn't know this. I'm not gonna say who it is, but one of them, one of them went to go be sick. I didn't know that they were just recently sick, and then we were just hanging out and chilling, like in the like in one of the rooms, I think. And then just a kiss happened. That was it. It was just a kiss. That happened. I got caught because of. I hate this bit of the story. Some of the vomit that I didn't know that he just vomited ended up on my face. Because it was someone went, why is that? Yeah, that's exactly that. Oh my god! All right, so yes, I agree with you. So that there's that. So in our drunken states, we just went through the rest of the party, but we got caught because of the sick thing. The following days at school, it got spread around. And they were being relentless. People were being absolutely relentless about it. And I was like, I'm not having this. So the reason why nothing happened to him is because in school, I could see, like, number one, I was internalizing a lot of stuff on this.
Yeah.
And I kind of got, I guess, not pushed into it, but I felt like it was the right time. I came out to the school as bi because I didn't want them bullying him. I wanted them. I was used to it. I let them aim fire at me, because of it, and that sucked. So I came out as bi. They kind of left him alone, other than the odd regard of like a boy kissed you kind of a thing, and that was the worst that he really got out of it. It was more so that I kissed him rather than we kissed each other thing.
Yeah,
and I was fine. I was fine with it to a point. I remember it was in morning class. No, it was just after lunch. And before we went to our next class. So it was the, I forgot what it's called, registration. In Reg that we went. I came out, and then the bell went to the next class, and I ran out of that room. And it was the only time that I think it was my first panic attack. Really? Because I ran out, and I was just aiming for the bathrooms because I felt like I was going to be sick. And I felt like everyone was staring at me, which, some were probably staring at me because I was jettisoning across the place. And I could just feel like this awful like pit of like, it was easier to come out in that moment to help him, but then worse after the fact. Whereas I felt sick and like eternity was going on forever before I told Ma'am. So I came out in March to everyone in school. And it was 3 months before then was before I told my first person. So I told December 2009 is when, actually I'm lying. So the first person who knew, it was February 2009.
Mm-hmm.
I told a friend from my old online radio days. I told them that I was bi. December that year, it was actually snowing. went to go hang out with a friend that lives across the road from Jeff. Told him, and then and a few people like knew then, like just like a very small amount of people.
Yeah.
And then March, it was just out. It was out. And then that's why I didn't tell you guys, because I didn't want to. It was another, I guess, 2 months. It felt like an eternity. Obviously, especially when you're 16. So yeah, that was that. And then I didn't fully come out because I was still like trying to figure it out, because I went back in the closet when I went to college, and then I didn't come out properly because I told myself in university, in third year of uni, I told myself, if you don't come out in uni, you're not going to do it. And I did. I remember I changed my preferences on Facebook, and then I asked Jill, my roommate at the time, can you do me a favor? Can you check Facebook for me? And then they scrolled down to preferences. I was just like, yeah, it says that. And they look at me going, oh, and I went, oh, because they were as well. And we just go, hey, and like laughing with each other. And then I just didn't go back. Kind of a thing. So when people ask how long have I been out, I'm like, that's a long conversation to have. 13 years if I really like, first nearly 14 years. Nearly 14
13
years.
again. Yeah, 13 at the moment.
13, 14 years, yeah. So yeah, that's my story. Yeah. Are
you on time restrictions?
No, I go until 9, so you're fine.
Oh, right.
Like,
I didn't want to be...
I didn't want to take too much of your time. You can leave whenever. So
that's a difference to me.
How do you view yourself from your 20s, like around my age to now? Like, how do you view yourself?
That's really hard.
Do you see yourself as the same person, or do you?
Inwardly, definitely, I am still the same person. I've always had the same attitude to life and everything I do. But, I think because of my age, I suppose, I was certainly more wilder. I was mega. I mean, we were very, very lucky here, because when I was in my 20s, it was the mid-70s. And if anyone that knows Swansea, it was almost like the capital of the pop world. It was weird. A place called the Top Rank. Right?
Yeah.
And then we got the Brangwyn Hall. And between them two, the average price would be about £2 to £3. And the amount of artists that we saw...
You saw Queen.
For that price. Queen, Seven Seas Arise had just been released and gone straight to #1. And they were in the Brangwyn Hall that very week as well. And it cost me £2 to go and see them.
Oh, jealous.
But they weren't the stars. They were just the support
What year was
act.
that? What year was that?
73, thereabouts.
Check. Can someone do the inflation rate for 73 to today, please? I want to check something. Can someone check 73 £2 inflation rate? I want to know how much that would cost me today, because it cost me £90 to go see Post Malone.
I know it's not. It's
not cheap. It cost me 100 to get 2 tickets to Donny.
Queen was support for Mott the Hoople. And everyone goes, who are they?
I was going to say who.
Believe me, they had some good. They've got some good hits, but I saw loads of them. Brian Ferry, Roxy Music.
Yeah.
Oh, they were Sparks. They were just even Who were at the Vetchfield.
£30. That's all right.
Were just loads of artists, but the average price was around £2 or £3.
That's £30, by the way. That's £30 nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
£2.
£2 is now worth £30. Think about that.
Yes, that's not bad actually, because that's probably a fair amount. But then there's a lot of places now that
I wouldn't.
Less than 80.
Oh wait, someone Haz said 30. Someone said 24. Okay. Regardless, that's not bad. I've seen Electric 6 for around that price. So, I mean, considering their notoriety at that point,
Yes, they were only just climbing. Yeah, they only just got that was their first number one for Queen, and it was amazing because we felt so chuffed and honoured that we were there the week they got to number one. They were in our in our little area of Wales, But we've seen loads on that scale, but at that age, I suppose I was just footloose and fancy. I suppose then I didn't have a care in the world. Like I said, I had my own place. I left home when I was on my 18th birthday. I left home. I said, that's it. I've had enough. I'm leaving. That's because I was constantly being put on a pedestal. And I couldn't stand it. See what he's doing now. He's doing this. He's doing that. And this is my mother to my other brothers. Yeah. And it was making it hard between us all. We were almost like envious, jealous, call it what you want. I didn't want that. I didn't like it. And I just grabbed some stuff and I left. And that was the time when I was baking, and it was Strawbridge's in the Uplands. Yeah. From us, where they had flats upstairs, and I asked Ken, the boss, did he have one going? And he had straight in. And that was it. As far as I was concerned, 18 years of age, I'm living on my own. And I was quite content, and I got on with it. And I genuinely loved it. But, as I say, they were hard times. They really were hard times, though. Mm-hmm. Shanks's pony is what counted in them days. Everywhere you walked. No lifts. Shanks's pony. Your two legs. You walked.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah. All right. So how does that... So that's how you... There are key memories that you do regularly bring up when talking about yourself, say, like, from your 20s. How do you view it now? Like, kind of a thing. What are parts of you now that you either wish that you had back then, or other parts of you back then that you wish that you still retained now?
I to be honest, I don't think I would change a thing. They like I said, there were hard times, but I'm telling you now, there were some fantastic times. The amount of memories you got from those days was it's so difficult to explain it. I mean, and the funniest part of all is the Swansea City Football Club has always been a big part of it in lots of ways, whether it be going to see the football. I used to sell the football programs when I was a kid. I got involved then doing the commentaries from the Westfield, and now that they're at the Liberty or whatever it's called now, they changed the name again. But it was doing the commentaries there, as you know. I genuinely wouldn't, because I don't think I would have met so many people and learned so much, because trust me, back then people shared, people helped, people supported each other. It's very difficult now. I mean, I'd be surprised if those who are listening right now could genuinely say the names of their neighbours, 2 houses to your left and 2 houses to your right. All the names. I doubt very much if it could.
I think that depends. We live in cities, Dad.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And I think, like, I haven't really known my neighbours because I live in a city. The people... You talk about community quite a lot, and I think that what has changed about community, it's not... I think there is still community around, but different.
Small bits
now.
Yeah.
And the type of community is ones that you want to be a part of, not have been forced to be a part of. Because it's like, you make friends with co-workers, right? But you're not really friends. You're friend by situation. You make friends when you're in school. You make friends at jobs. You make friends in certain regards because of you're situationally put together. But then the second you quit a job, you don't talk to those people anymore, even though you still like them. You're like, we got nothing in common. Whereas now communities are based on what you have in common, more so, rather than we live on the same street, or we went to the same job. And I think that I appreciate that more, especially as, you know, the kind of community that I run, here. I appreciate that a lot more, being able to find people. You know, it's weird to go from being a teenager, not having any queer representation, or someone like me, to leading a whole fucking community of queer ADHD riddled people, and making people feel comfortable with themselves, type of a deal. And that's a weird, stressful thing that is in my brain, but it's also an honor, I suppose. When I moved out, how did you feel the months after I left the nest as the youngest?
Truth? Wasn't happy at all.
When I know that you were not letting on to begin with how bad that it was.
I couldn't.
Because Mam came up to me. I was going to anyway, but Mam said, you need to hug your dad before we drive back. And I was like, I was planning on anyway.
The reason I found it hard is because you were the last person in the house.
Well, technically not, because Charlotte was still there.
Yeah, but Charlotte was like, she was going abroad all the time with her work, and so she was there for a couple of months, and then she's gone again. But when you moved out, it was like, right, I'm going to help you all the way we can. But I think that the final part for me was furnishing. And all your stuff. We're not talking like going to uni. We're talking about moving into a place. And it's like, it's really going. Look, that's gone. That's gone. Things were disappearing, and I'm happy for you, making sure you had everything you wanted and needed. But there was just that big void, that big opening of not being there. Sometimes do you fancy going? Oh, he's not here. It's like when someone says they lost their partner or whatever, for a long time after they get their plate out and realize and put the plate back, or and they set the table for something, and it's all that sort of stuff.
Buying Dr. Pepper from the shop for me, and I'm not there to drink it.
Yeah, many a time. But it's like you do. I did. I missed it, but I was determined that I was not, under any circumstances, gonna let myself down by making you think that you're doing the wrong thing.
I wouldn't have taken it as the wrong thing. If it may have given more confidence, I suppose, if you said to me that you missed me, that this is I knew that it was hard. Most of our communication has been not communicating, weirdly enough, because we talked so much at like radio and stuff like that. I can read your body language very easily. I can read it very easily. I know when you're upset. I know when you're annoyed. It's like that time I got my lip pierced in college, and I could tell just by the way you walked into the room that you were pissed off, and then the way you walked out of the room, and I gave you none of it. I knew that you wanted me to engage with you in a conversation so you could kick off about it, and I kept my mouth quiet.
Yeah.
And I didn't move. I kept watching the TV. I wasn't scared of you in that moment because I was 16. I could do what I liked. I could legally go get this thing, and you own zero ownership of my body. Yeah. But you were still annoyed because Either A, you didn't like piercings. I didn't really know. I just assumed you don't like piercings. I know you don't like you're not a big fan of tattoos.
I don't like
it's that-
tattoos or,
yeah.
or piercings.
And
I
then
don't.
here I am,
That's a
all
personal
yeah.
thing. Yeah.
But like, I was like, it's my body. I can do what I want.
Yeah.
I'm not scared. I'm not. I wasn't scared because I was like, this was you being ridiculous, kind of a thing, and I wanted you to just. I knew that things would be fine, but I wasn't going to be the one to A, start a conversation, or B, make you be fine with it. It was kind of parenting you in a way of being like, you need to get used to this. Because unlike the others, I was independent very early. And an accidental side effect is you wouldn't stop fucking complaining about my siblings to me. You both of you did it. And what that put in me is never ask you for a lift anywhere. Never ask you for money. All right? And it wasn't that because I knew that the other thing that you would say is that like, oh, if you need a lift, let me know. If you need money, let me know. We don't want you going without. Yeah. But what it instilled in me is more self-reliance. Accidentally. Through a not healthy way of teaching me it, it taught me it. Because of I would be in the car with you on the way to go pick up Charlotte, and you'd be like, it always happens. She always ends up doing this. And just a 5-minute rant about it. Or on the way to deliver 20 quid over to Amanda, and you would be like, I'm never going to see this back. I'm never going to see this back. And I'm like, well, I'm not asking you for fucking money. And I never did. And you found out in 2014, I was struggling really bad financially. Yeah. And I had £1.40 to my name. Whispers, how dare you? £1.40 to my fucking name. And it was the last day before I came home for Christmas. And I was proud of myself that I made it that far. And it was the year that you guys were really not good financially, which is why I never asked you for anything. I made it through, and I had £1.40 in the bottom of my drawer, and I went out and bought myself tomato and herb bread and a can of energy drink, and I was like, this is my reward with my £1.40. And I own that in like a very like I made it through myself type of thing. Yeah. And I know you were very upset because I was like, I had no money, and you felt like a failure unto yourself. Whereas I take pride. I take pride in myself in that scenario because of you can't put my failure, my lack of, I'll put it as my lack of being your failure. I'm out in the world being myself, and I need to manage myself. Those are my skills. All right, that I'm putting to the test. That doesn't reflect on you. And I hid that from you for two reasons. Yes, I hid it from you because you didn't have much money. And also, yes, you from a young age, I was too used to siblings asking you for money. But it was more of a fight for me to know what I can do as an independent person.
I get it. I'm not going to argue with you on it, but there'll come a time when you yourself will be in that sort of situation, knowing that you could have done something, but you weren't privy to it, and that's what hurts. It's.
Well, you couldn't have done something. That was the problem back then as well. Yeah.
But it's all to do with the love of that person.
Yeah.
And I get it. I totally get what you're saying. But on the same token, what I'm saying is that I could have been, say, for instance, I could have been sat there, I don't know, let's pig out and, I don't know, send out for chips or something silly like that. You know what I mean? It's splashing out the money or something.
Yeah.
And not knowing that on the end of the phone, your son.
Oh, he's crashed again, everyone. He's crashed. Hi, everyone. How are you? Y'all still here? Yeah, my dad's crashed. KW. Oh my god. You cute. Yes, I am. Tuz, hello. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the raid. I'm enjoying this conversation. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm having a lot of fun. Do this as well. Tuz, how was your stream? How are you? This feels almost like a podcast. It basically is. I think my dad will just randomly appear again once he stops lagging. His computer is crashing more than likely. Like it's just not used to this. Oh well. We'll see what happens. It's been very great. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's been just doing stuff around the house. Listen to this. Hell yeah. We'll get my dad back on. I'm gonna ask him your questions very soon. I just have 1, 2, 3 more. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm back.
Can you get your camera back on?
Time. Huh?
Can you get your camera back on?
There
we go. Okay, there we go. Good.
I said that I'm sure I'm being timed out or something. It's weird. But yeah, the last bit I was saying at the time, and then all of a sudden I glanced up and noticed that you were frozen, doing one of your statue attempts again.
Yeah.
What I was saying was I could have been. What really hurts is the fact that you could have. I could have been sat here splashing up the cash for whatever reason, doing whatever I want to do, and enjoying myself, and a lovely time. And yet, down the end of the line, my son is, I'm not going to say struggling, but would gladly, as far as I'm concerned, take money so he can enjoy himself and not be without. And it from a personal.
But if you were in my shoes, all right.
I get what you said.
Yeah,
totally
it's one of those things where it's like, like from you caring, I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
From a me taking money, it's like even if you had money at the time, all right, and you would, I don't know, let's say you booked a friggin' holiday in front of me, all right, I would be happy for you, all right, regardless, all right, even if you're like booking holidays and going to places, I'd be like, that's fine. Because it's your life. It's your money that you have earned. Yeah. I have no claim to that. I have no right to that. All right? What I have the right to is to admit my faults, admit my fuck-ups, and work hard to fix them. And my fuck-ups and faults were, I spent a bit too much money. Well, to be fair, did I spend too much money, or was I just not given enough to live a year at university? And I skimmed it. I damn well skimmed right by it. So I take pride in what I did.
I'm proud of you for how you managed it and everything else. But it's just that one thing, and I
don't think I've ever borrowed money from you. I don't think I have ever borrowed money.
I'm not aware of anything. I know that when we've gone places, I've always paid for whatever, whether it's gone for a meal or.
But I've been getting you back. I've been getting you back whenever we get food now or like do something. I'm like, no. Don't you dare. And you're like, you get annoyed at me, and I'm like, I'm an adult.
Yeah, I know that. But what I'm getting at is the fact that no, you are right. That most of the time you were more independent than anything else. But it is what it is.
It is what it is.
But it is something that it does play on me, and it does hurt sometimes when I think about.
Well, it's
nobody wants.
Is it your personal? Listen. Is it your personal lack of having money at the time, or should you take pride in the fact that you raised a child who knew how to get out of that?
Oh yeah.
Because right now, to me, I see, instead of you being proud of me and proud of yourself for raising a child that can do that, I'm seeing someone who is being mildly insecure about the fact that they didn't have money to help me at the time, rather than being proud of the fact that they taught me the skills to manage.
It's a bit of both. That's the truth. It's a bit of both.
Okay.
But any person that has a child, be them an adult or a baby, they will always do their damnedest to make sure that child is provided for and is safe and secure. And we all do it. any self-respecting parent would do that. And yes, there are times when you have to be upfront and be honest and say, look, I really can't do it this month or whatever. But I always, even though sometimes I go, for Christ's sake, how am I going to manage? I would still do it. Do you know, like you said, you give the example of, can I borrow? Yeah, all right. God, how am I going to manage? There I am, inwardly beating myself for not standing up and saying no. And that's the reality of who I am.
Yeah.
I just don't like that. That's all. I don't like seeing anyone suffer.
I get it. I'm the same. I'm the same. All right. Next question then. But it's wait. Hang on. How long did it take for you to get used to me not being in that house? Because I went to uni and that was the first rough, and then the second time when I actually moved out and didn't return.
It was the second time we moved out.
Okay.
It wasn't the first because I knew you were coming back.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You were there, then you come away. And then go
I
back
did
then
not read that
September.
in that scenario. I knew that you were really happy where I was moving into, but I didn't read on you 1 ounce that you were. I didn't. It did not come across that you were upset about me moving the second time. I'll say that. Only I felt like it was just like, we've done this 3 times already.
No, the second time, you see, it was different simply because what you were doing then is, and you made it absolutely clear from the onset that you were not taking the university's lodging stuff. You were actually found a house and you were all going together.
Oh, do you mean like when I moved to Cardiff, like still in uni?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you meant when I
one.
lived kind of on the outskirts of Cardiff. I thought you were talking about that time. But
No.
So that's the third time. So hang on. First time was lodging. Second time was lodging, but the 17th floor. Third time was actual house. Fourth time was I'm not returning. So you're talking about the third time.
It was the final, basically.
Oh, the final.
Because when you were going up this time, you weren't coming back.
Yeah.
You made that, that's what I'm saying. You made it absolutely clear. You're moving to Cardiff and you're not coming back. That's the one that hit home for me. Because, it's great that, you're going to uni. It's always looking after himself. He's really doing well. He's got this, he's doing that. And, he'll get his degree and
there was
all that sort of thing.
Because I wanted to be independent and I didn't want to be like the siblings. I had a regret about doing it that way. Because I have a healthy relationship with both of you. So it made no sense, really. Why am I running out of the door? And I was like, well, I've got a life to go live. I want to go, I've got things to do. And that's why I did it, is that I had things to do that I wanted to go achieve, and I couldn't really do that whilst I was living with you. And I kind of regretted how quick I ran out that door, because I moved back after uni, after third year, and was there barely 8 months. I lived with you for a month, got a full-time job working at a travel agent's, got promoted during that 8 months, saved up as much as I could. During the Sharm el-Sheikh terrorist incident, I worked 12 hours a day for 13 days straight on overtime just so I could move out. And I took a lot of pride in doing all that. I was probably very mediocre at that job. But I moved out in, like, I lied to you. I think I told you I had like 1,000 or 2,000 in my bank. I had 500 quid. I had 500 quid to my name. I had, and I went out. I got a job within 3 months. I found my ways, and everything was fine. I didn't move back, but the one thing I did do was during the pandemic, because of Daisy passed away. Yeah. Which is our dog. Because of, I knew that you guys were not okay at the time. I knew the house wasn't doing very well. Your health wasn't the best. You had just retired, I think. Oh, no, you were still working. And that's what, yeah, you were still working. You were really stressed out about all that. So I moved back for 3 months. And funny enough, during that 3 months is when I started doing this as a job. No, and not as a job. I started just doing this for fun. And I was really grateful to move back for those 3 months because it gave me a second opportunity to kind of live at home, but as myself, like being there as myself now. And it was nice. I also got to bond more with Jamie because he was helping do up the garden. And I know that I left knowing that things were better that time than when I got there. So, things had changed. So yeah.
Yeah, but the reality is everything is an experience. Everything is done to help learn and become either better or worse depending on which way you think and where you want to go. And in all honesty, where you are at this moment in time, hand on heart, I don't give a shit if you had £1 million or a penny. I really don't. Right? Up until at the moment now, I'm so proud of everything you've achieved, right? Yeah, there are rough times. We've got to have those rough times, right? And yes, I was hurt when you moved. But that's a personal thing. Do you know? I wasn't going to stand in your way, prevent you from going, because that would have been wrong. You got to learn and stand on your own 2 feet, but you're never going to do that if I'm going to start going, oh, don't bother, boy, come on, mollycoddling, or holding you back from achieving. And then you said you wanted to go on running off to all around Europe and everything else, yeah? I'm all for that. I was 100% behind all that.
Back in my teens, I wanted to do nothing but travel, and I didn't get to do that until now, really.
But you've done it.
Yeah.
You have done best part of them, and you've still got more to go.
Yep.
So, at the end of the day, you've done no wrong to anyone. You've done no wrong throughout your life, and
I wouldn't say that. I've done
no. You may think you've done wrong here, right? You may think you got up here. No. I could have done it better, or I could have done that. I'm talking about in life, right? There's many a parent out there, to be honest with you, that would give their right arm to have had a son like you, right? And it doesn't matter what people think, say, or do. It really doesn't matter, right? There are many parents out there who are totally ashamed, embarrassed, everything, right? You have been exemplary. So has your sister, right? We've had our ups and downs, of course we have. But we all have those, and they're not life-threatening. They're not, vicious, nasty, physical whatevers. They're not. The reality is you have set a challenge to yourself to do the things you want to do in life, and by hook or by crook, you are going to achieve them. And I can't want any more than that, do you know? As a parent, I'm talking about.
I don't even know how to describe this. I'm not even 30 yet. But that I have had my dream job. I'm currently doing that dream job. And the thing that I wanted from my teens was to travel, and I've been to multiple areas of Norway. I've been to Paris, I've been to the Netherlands, I've been to Germany, I've been to Spain, I've been to technically Tenerife, but it's not mainland Spain, anyway.
America.
I've been to Dallas, I've been to Chicago, Vegas next year. I've got I've got a meeting. That's another thing. I got a meeting in Paris next week if someone wants to talk to me. That's a fun one. And I'm still going to different places, and I'm really happy about that. Like, I'm glad that it was a thing that during the pandemic that pissed me off, that like focusing so much on my full-time job and spending money the way that I did during that full-time job. I was upset at myself that I didn't spend more time traveling. And it's why I've been so like, I'm ready to go. Oh, wait, I'm going to bloody Vienna. I'm going to Austria in a month. I'm going to Paris next Friday. It's just, it's weird to like, I am proud of myself of the things that I've achieved. It's weird to know that I've achieved those goals. And now I'm left with, I'm not even fucking 30 yet. I have the rest of my life in front of me. What do I do now? And I'm not scared about it. I'm not scared of that. I mean, it's like, we only get in a certain amount of time and it's not guaranteed. I don't know how much extra time I have left now. I could fucking die tomorrow and everyone knows that, oh, they achieved their dreams, which is great because not everyone gets to do that. I've achieved that. I've achieved something that so few people do. And I love that for me. I'm proud of that, especially before the age of 30. And now I just get to sit here. Technically, I could sit here for the rest of my fucking life and I still achieved my dreams. I could die in my 80s, die in my 90s. And I got to achieve my dreams. But it feels weird at such a young age to go, well, this is just extra time now. It's like I finished an exam 20 minutes in and it's an hour long and I'm like, well, now what? But that's an anxiety point that like, well, now what? But I don't even mean that. I mean, what's next? What is the next thing? I'm excited for the next thing because this isn't going to be my job forever. I still love it. I'm still very passionate about it. I don't know how long it's going to go on for. I've told myself at least until March next year. Because that will mean that it is, once I hit October this year, it is the longest job I've ever had. But if I keep it until March of next year, it is the job I had the longest in my 20s. Which I'm like it spreads out more in my 20s and I want that kind of thing, really. So I've got 9 months. Let's hope I don't fall off or get cancelled on Twitter by then. But yeah,
what you were doing, though, to be fair, you are creating a huge amount of memories that later on in life you are going to be able to sit down and say what I can't say. I wish I had. Right? And you know what I mean by that, right? I'm going to be saying to myself, oh, I wish I'd gone to Australia like I wanted to. Oh, I wish I'd gone to... I know I'll be saying those things. I'm not going to be doing them. But you...
Why not? Why not go to Australia?
No. There's far too many ties now. This is why, at your age, you should be creating those memories. Because later on in life, if you can afford it, and you've got a family or whatever it is, right, then you can do it again and say, I remember this. Right? Whereas here now, before I could even think about jumping on a plane and heading off, as you know, I can go to Florida anytime I want to. My brother's got a house out there. You know, I can go anytime. Tommy, just go.
That's an exaggeration. He has a timeshare.
Right? But no, he owned it.
He owns it now?
He owned it. He bought it outright.
When was that? It was a timeshare.
God, 10? No, it wasn't.
It was a timeshare to begin with. He could go out for 6 weeks a year.
I've got no idea. No, he's bought that house.
Okay, he owns it now.
Genuinely. Yeah, he owns it. And the thought that...
It's in Orlando,
I could
right?
do that anytime.
It is Orlando.
Yeah. It gives me.
And it fits 10 people, right?
It's for 10 people, yeah.
I might have a plan. I might have a plan. Echo,
well,
you here? Echo, you in chat right now?
But like I said, you're creating those memories, and at the end of the day, you're going to be able to say, I done it. I did do it. You'll be able to go diving into your coffin with the words on your lips going, I done it all. Right? You may not have, but I can guarantee you've done at least 80% to 90%, which is nothing like I would say, or nothing like most people would say.
It's just that life is like, you know that I've always been a fan of like the phrase carpe diem, and that is seize the day. Life is meant to be spent. Like, that's the point of it. It's like, it's also how I treat money to a point. If I can pay for things for other people, I will. Because of, like, as long as I have a roof over my fucking head, what does it matter?
Yeah.
Like, that's always been my thing. It's why I'm not chasing to own a house right now. I'm like, I'm good where I'm at in a rented property. Either I'm paying the bank or I'm paying a shitty landlord. It's one of the two. And like, oh, but if you get a mortgage, at least you own the property. I don't know where I want to settle down, so I may not even actually make any money from buying a property.
Yeah.
The bank will. So it's stupid.
But if you let the kitty build up, it's there for a rainy day, as they say.
But do I need? How much happier am I going to be in the future if I start saving for a house now, when I could spend that money now at my peak health on traveling and doing shit? Because I'm going to be in my 30s anyway, or my 40s. Hi, Mom. Mom just popped around.
Oh, she's being nosy, was she? She's sick her head in. You being nosy, with her. Right. Mrs. Woman.
Oh.
No.
She can't hear you. She hasn't got her hearing aid in.
Yeah,
that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Just, I was like, oh, it's Mom. I was like, what's she doing here? But yeah, with, where was I? Yeah, I'm at my peak physical health now. Well, maybe I can keep going to the gym. But while I am healthy and happy, like, do I want to be able to travel when I have money when I'm old? Or do I want to do it now while I'm healthy, while I can go climb mountains and swim in lakes? Or do I want to do it later? Kind of a thing. You showing Monty? Is that there's Monty?
That's it, Monty. Monty.
Hi, everyone. This is Monty.
There we are. Who's that?
Monty.
Who's that?
Monty, hello? He's getting confused because he can hear me in your ears. Oh my
Andy's
God.
having a little taste walk by her.
Yeah.
What's he doing? Huh? What's he doing? Hey, shut up, you. That's Paddy.
Oh,
No.
Paddy's complaining now, is it?
Come here then, Paddy. Come and see. Come on then. Come and say hello to her. Come and say hello to her.
Paddy! Paddy!
Who's that? Who's that?
Paddy!
Who is it? Right. Go on, bugger off now. Go on, bugger off the pair of you. Come on, get out of my sight. Take yourself for a walk.
So, what was Mam's behind you? She doesn't want to be on camera, I'm guessing.
You nosing again, woman? Well. No, she's not coming on the video. She's like,
I love you. Wait, there we go. There it is. Oh my God. So, talking to Mam, what was your first proper date with Mam like? Like, what would you consider your first proper date? Because obviously you've got like question marks around that.
do you know that's a hard one? Because we I don't think we ever parted in a way. You know, I know it sounds stupid when I say it, but once we got together, we got together.
No, but you went on dates before you got with
went out.
you went out when before you
we couldn't go on dates, not with in the 13 years earlier, but what we would do is we'd go off to say have a meal, go to the cinema, and we even went away on in a caravan down Tenby way for a week.
Yeah.
But because we were both working, it was like we'd see each other as many times as we could as we went along.
Yeah.
It was hard. I can genuinely not. We just did things together like any courting couple would, you know. We go down the Mumbles or we go down to, you know, a day out somewhere.
All right. I don't think I've got any other questions myself, so I'm gonna dive into what the community wants to ask you. So, let me just open it up. They've got a bunch of different questions, but I'm only gonna ask you the good ones because there are some utter dog shit ones here.
Rude ones, I mean.
Was I a troublemaker?
Was I you?
Yeah, me.
No, you weren't. I was the troublemaker. No, you weren't. And this is what I was saying to you earlier about the fact that you were always thoughtful. You never did things to be spiteful. You always, even to the point, and I'm going to say it, no doubt you've mentioned it before in the past, not to cause problems. And again, it's money. Someone wanted a PlayStation game, so he came up with the idea, if I pull a tooth fairy will give me money and I can save it up and get myself a PC game.
This is true. As a teenager, as a kid, I believed in the tooth fairy like everyone does, and I would pull out barely wobbling teeth to try and earn money because I thought teeth were infinite, and no one told me that. Yeah. No one taught me you only have a finite amount. So I was like, I have a result. That is a very clever business, though, if you think about it. If teeth were infinite and there was this strange woman out there that wanted to buy them, all right, that's a good business. Then. Yep, I was an entrepreneur back then. I knew how to market. I knew how to sell. There was, I had product. There was demand for that product, and I knew I'd get paid for that product. So what did I do? Pull my teeth.
Yeah. How the hell did it? I don't know.
I can tell you for a fact. I was using like pens. I was using pens. I was using key rings, and I was using the back of the wooden chairs that we had in the kitchen.
Unbelievable. But as for a trouble, no, God. It's, the other 4 siblings were worse than him. Yeah.
What was the worst thing that I did then? Someone's asking, what was the worst thing I did as a child?
That's what I'm saying. I suppose I'd have to say the pulling your teeth.
Well, I must have done something to get in trouble at some point.
But you know, I don't really. It's difficult.
The only times I ever got
I'd drop you in it straight away if I could, but I got to think of it. You know, I can't honestly think. It's not a, you know, but you never did cause trouble.
I never got in trouble with the police.
You never promised to run away.
Lie. You were not there for that one day. There was one day that I was I was like 8 years old. I took my bike and I was like, I'm running away. And you were at work. Ma'am, Charlotte snitched, and I was like halfway out the door with my bike, about to run away. I knew where I was gonna go. I knew where the bike was going. I just don't know where I would have ended up. Well, I now know I would have ended up in Manselton. But I knew what I was like, I'm going. I don't even remember what I was upset about. I don't know what had gone on. I probably didn't get to buy something from the ice cream van that day. I know one time. There is one time you actually gave me a proper bollocking, and that was because I stole £5 from your bus thing.
Oh, God.
That is the only time I remember you giving me a proper bollocking because I stole £5 technically from your work money, and that would have gotten you fired if it counted up wrong or something like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, I just wanted a pick and mix from the ice cream van. So yeah, me getting in trouble was more so like a stupid child rather than like
accidental child as opposed to a blatantly, you know. Then, yeah, no, that,
you know
that
that-
would be, yeah. Oh, Christ, I can't.
What do you think of my job?
Still don't understand it.
Well, this is basically like video radio, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
kind-
I get that.
So
You know, is it a job? You know what I'm saying?
I get
nice
paid more than you did at the
I
ambulance
know
service.
you do. I'm not
I
gonna
get
argue
paid
with
more
us
than
on
you
that.
did at the ambulance service, so I can tell you it's a job, sweetie.
Yeah, I don't dispute that at all. It's just I'm just confused by it as to how it works. You don't need to explain it because it would
Well,
probably go.
Okay,
over my
so
head.
I'm gonna explain to you in very easy terms. I am a TV presenter, all right, or I'm just a presenter overall, all right, and that can vary from stuff like, you know how you listen to the radio, or watch commentary of like football games, all right. I could be playing a game and I'm making the same type of commentary, and people are watching it. All right, that's when I'm playing a game. If I'm hosting stuff like this comes across very much like a breakfast radio show type of thing. Basically, instead of being like on TV where a presenter or actor is stuck to one role in one segment of show, I broadcast from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. and I can choose whatever that content is when I want to, how I like to. All right, so that's it. Instead of the BBC, it's me. That is the difference, and I choose what the content is. That's how it works. And like Netflix, people can subscribe to get to be able to watch. You can watch this for free if you like, or if you want to give me some money, or want to get rid of the ads that play, you subscribe. That's how. People can also direct donate. People can back in plenty of other ways. Someone literally just gifted a sub right in that moment. So thank you very much for gifting a sub. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for keeping a roof over my head. And it's all independently done. So
He's got a wife and 25 kids to support.
I'm single as fuck, and
I get it.
yeah,
I get it.
I'm single as fuck. No one's chasing this right now.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a lie. But
No, I'm glad if it's working for you and it's something that you are getting and you clearly enjoy doing it. Brilliant. The thing is, you don't always need to know the ins and outs of what someone does because that's almost like judging a person. Because you want to know.
Well, you kind of want to know what I'm doing as a job. So, like, I understand that you may not understand fully yet, but basically everything that you hoped that I could do as a kid, from like the TV stuff to the radio stuff, I got to do. But instead of someone else's terms, it's all on mine.
On yours.
Yeah,
right.
I have been I've been sponsored by tons of different people at this point, from HelloFresh to Fortnite to different VPN services. What else has there been? What else have I been sponsored by? I sell my own merch. It's a little plush of me being made, like a little tiny plush being made.
What about you? Can I get a T-shirt printed of you sitting on the potty or something? Would that work?
If you have the picture of me on the toilet, I'll make that. You know what? Send me the picture of me sat on the toilet as a kid, and I will make it into merch. All right.
I don't think anyone would want it.
That's wrong. Chat is literally blowing up right now, being like, "I'd buy it." There you go. All right. I could already tell you that would be $13.99. $13.99. I could make that.
Right.
All right. Oh wait, I have a partnership agreement with a server thing. That's another thing. It's weird to know the legitimacy behind the stuff that I do now. The weird thing is that when I travel, when I've been to like different conferences, and it's been more prevalent as the year has gone on. This has been my most successful 12 months since starting. And it's weird to go to different cons and events and see it gradually get not worse, but I can't walk down a hallway without someone going like waving at me and saying hi. And I love it. I do love it because it shows like it's more than just me sat in my room, talking to people, just commenting. It is like, I mean, and by conferences I mean 15,000 people are at these things, and I'm walking around and being recognized. It's weird. It's weird. But the thing that I'm proudest of is that I've achieved those goals from when I was a kid. A, accidentally. B, because it's a passion. Like, I was doing it not because I was chasing those numbers, because I love doing it. And also, all on my own fucking terms. You know, and I wouldn't be here without my friends. So, like, all my mods, all my friends, all of you, thank you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
And to be fair, it's got to be said that those that are watching you, right now, for instance, without them, obviously you wouldn't be where you are.
Yeah.
And, fair play to them. You've all got good sense because you're watching him.
Oh my goodness. All right.
I've got a wife and 25 kids to support as well. So I'm going to get myself one.
A wife, 5 kids, and 25 grandkids. That's probably the correct number.
Close.
It's close to that, right? It's gotta be.
I can make an announcement if you really want one.
Who's pregnant now that isn't Charlotte?
Yes, there is.
Jamie is not.
No, he's
Amanda.
How can a man get pregnant?
All right, you know what I'm saying. Jamie isn't having another kid, is he? Is Jamie having another one?
Let me give you a clue. You ready for this?
Oh, God.
I am heading to become
a great
grandfather.
Gemma.
No.
Who?
And that's exactly what I said straight away. Mia.
Fucking hell.
Yep. 18. Not happy. Don't get me wrong. I hope everything goes well.
Oh, I'm a great uncle now. Oh.
That makes you feel old, and you know what I mean. I'm
that side of the family, man. That side of the family.
I know it is.
You understand why? Like, I never got involved. My wallet would be destroyed. All right. Listen, I have a great credit limit, and I have great credit. I don't need them fucking with it.
They drag it down anyway.
Yeah.
No, it's just one of those things. I'm not going to say I'm happy over it, but on the same token, I'm not going to try and jinx it or anything else. I hope everything goes smoothly, but I hate it personally because at 18, as far as I'm concerned, you need to be going out and doing your thing, enjoying life, making the most of what you got. And
that's weird.
Not making a family.
That's weird that my niece and my great niece are going to be in the same year of school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's
be.
weird.
Yeah.
That's weird. All right. That family. Okay. So, question: how do you like your steak?
Medium rare.
Medium rare, correct. You don't like garlic though.
I don't care.
Yeah, but you don't like garlic. And I was thinking because I already told you that this year for Christmas, you're coming up here on Christmas Eve so I can cook for you and Mam. But then I was thinking about like things to cook and I was like, oh, I'll make Dad a steak. And then I was like, you have to make it different because he doesn't like garlic.
Right.
I'll
leave the garlic out. Simple as. No. Well, look, one man's food is another man's poison, right? End of. So I just like medium rare steak. And when you cut it, the blood just dribbles out of it. Oh, the taste is just...
All right, sirloin or rump? Sirloin or rump?
Sirloin. I like sirloin, I gotta be honest here.
I can't decide myself. More recently I've been getting rump steaks. Just because of like, I love making them rare. Because I like the blood dripping into the fat, and there is a really nice taste in that one. But I think I prefer rump if I'm putting like garlic with it. If I'm making like garlic butter or garlic salt, I think that's good. But I think beyond that, I think a thick cut sirloin. Like don't give me, But if I'm going out to get a steak and I want a good steak, it's a thick cut. I don't want that like normal steak half cut kind of thing. I want like the big chunk.
Yeah, you want to be so in it.
All right, KFC or McDonald's?
Sorry?
KFC or McDonald's?
Both. Neither.
I thought you were a KFC fan.
I like KFC. I like McDonald's, but I wouldn't go out of my way for it. Do you know what I mean? If I was, say for argument's sake, I'm traveling somewhere, I'm starving, but I haven't got time to stop, then I would grab a KFC or a McDonald's. But they're not really my cup of tea, I'll be honest.
Fair enough.
It's not my thing. Anyway.
Were there any video games your dad played?
Pac-Man.
What?
Pac-Man.
Well, you did used to play Sega Bass Fishing. That was the only game I ever played with you on the PS2.
Yes, yeah, I've done that, but Pac-Man I enjoyed. Never ending.
Okay. All right.
Oh, you swine! Sorry. Yeah.
There's a question in chat now, and that is, what kind of fast food do you prefer then? I'm guessing you're going to say the fish and chip shop.
No, if I was forced into a situation to grabbing something, like I said just now, I think that something would be more likely to be a KFC than it would be a burger. Okay. But I mean, I love cod and chips. You know, so
I was going to say, cod and chips is always like your Friday thing, isn't it?
Yeah. The same with fried rice curry sauce. You know, I like that, but I wouldn't make a regular thing of it. You know, I like my home. I've always loved a good Sunday roast. That's been my one thing, as you know, every week. Oh, I got to have it.
I gotta complain though. Because it took into my adulthood. I only started having like broccoli in my 20s. All right. I look back at our family roasts when I was a kid and I go, that's a lot of meat and a lot of potato and a lot of swede.
Beautiful.
Right, where's the broccoli? Where's the green? Where's the green?
Nope. Yuck. Filth. Disgusting.
This is what I was raised by.
Peas are all right.
Peas? No, they're not.
Peas
I'm
are
still
gorgeous.
mad that you serve up mushy peas like they taste good.
Oh, mushy peas and chips.
No.
Oh, make a sandwich out of that. Bread, butter, chuck the chips in.
Can't believe you.
Peas on top, squash it together, in it goes. Beautiful. That's real food, that is.
Can't believe it. All right. Are you happy to see RJ where they are now? Did you ever think that they would grow up to be the rad content creator with plenty of followers?
I never did. I'm surprised by it. Right? I mean,
Same.
You're just a little shit, but you know,
true.
Again, no, I don't care what anyone does. To be honest with you, if someone wants to sweep the roads or clean the bog house, you know, they get paid for it and they're happy. What's stopping them? You know, let them get on with it. So I don't care, honestly.
What is the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of me?
Pride.
Oh, fuck off.
But I can't say anything.
I know. I can't take a compliment, Dad.
No, I was thinking of the parties. No, anyway, yeah. The Pride March, you call it.
Yeah. Was that a gay joke? Right. Was that a gay joke?
It was a gay joke.
Did my dad just make a gay joke at that
No,
son?
I wouldn't do that,
Can't believe it. Let's see what's here. What's your favorite color?
My favorite color?
Yeah.
Sky blue.
I can tell from behind you.
Light sky. Oh, yeah. He's sitting in front of me as well, but I still have to look in there.
If you could do... Wait, sorry. Anything that you would want to do... Are there any adventures or things that you want to do with RJ. So like skydiving, paragliding. You will never get this man. You'll never get this man on heights.
No way on
You'll
this
never
earth.
get this man doing heights. I can tell you that for a fact. When I was 15 or 14, we went on a Ferris wheel, and he used to be fine with heights. We got halfway up. I've never seen him turn white so fucking fast.
Yep. I was. I don't deny it. I was absolutely scared witless. And the fella that when we cut to the bottom every time thought it was really funny and hilarious
To
spin us. Oh,
you would grab that center bit at like a proper break. I was like,
I became a ventriloquist that day. I can remember not moving my lips and going, take the camera. Take the camera.
I was like,
freeze it.
heights don't mess. Oh wait, did Mam show you the picture of me at Penavan?
Yes.
The me on the ledge. Like that is seriously.
And
there's nothing underneath.
And I told her to tell you. I don't know if she did, but I told her tell him to get away from that edge. I don't like heights. I watch a program seriously. If someone was that bloody one that cliffhanger or something where he's climbing up the cliffs and jumping over and
no clue.
Do you know, as soon as they look over the edge and that drop, my toes literally go from that to that. Instant. I can't help it. I'm terrified.
I've gotten more, weirdly enough, it's through flying that I've gotten more used to heights. I felt really weird about it. I was more nervous because I have awful balance. But when I was up Penavan, which is a mountain in Wales, by the way, everyone, there was that one rock that was just like jettisoning out, and if I fell, I ain't returning.
Jesus,
yeah. So I was nervous about the wind taking me, but I scooted out onto it, sat down, got all the pictures, and then I was like, fuck it. And then I stood up and I was like, take the picture. And I was like planted stance wise, like really strong. And like my whole gut is out at that point because I'm like trying to like weigh myself down. So instead of looking really cool, I look just like stressed and overweight. But
going back to the question.
Yes.
There's one thing I know I would absolutely love to be able to do.
Yes.
And that's actually swim with dolphins. I would love just to spend 5 minutes even.
Go to Florida.
Yeah, I know. That's a thing. I would love to do something like that. You know,
I don't know how much money you have more available to you now since things have gotten a bit more clear and such, but go, because you are so. The thing that I have uninstalled from myself from you is money. The anxiety around money and stuff like that. I'm more willing to spend it. I'm more willing to do stuff now. You hold no other obligations, all right? You're like, well, but I want to hand it down to you and all this kind of stuff. The house. There's a house there, all right? That's been paid off. Shut up. Me and Charlotte will deal with that, all right? If you must provide us with something, it's there. I don't care. You could honestly sell that house and go rent a place for the rest of your days and spend it all, and I wouldn't care. Okay, as long as there's like photos and stuff that I can grab from your stuff, we're good. But honestly, I want you, like, whilst you were alive, go do shit.
Yeah, but I get a lot of enjoyment watching you two doing things. I genuinely do.
I'm going to do them. I'm doing them.
I know you are, but I enjoy seeing you doing them. It sounds stupid, I know, right? But it's only a parent that can honestly understand where I'm coming from on this. Right? I honestly believe that. It's, as far as spend is concerned, right? That's for the young. I've said that before. That is for the young. Right? It's not for the older element. Yes, you can spend, but the reality is when you've never had it, you don't miss it. I've had a bloody good life, right? I have met hundreds of people, stars and not stars, all sorts, right? I've done lots of things that I've always wanted to try and do. I used to be really adventurous and I didn't give a monkey's off I'd go. Now terra firma, that's where I belong. Feet firmly on the ground.
That's
Not wobbling on no bloody big cruise ship
that's
or
fine.
climbing mountains.
That's fine. But just at least travel one more friggin' time. Go somewhere. The last place you went to was 10 years ago and it was Turkey.
Yeah.
All right?
And
Go
you know-
somewhere. You have
someone
known
that
Jeffrey have had this. I don't get. First off, she will. All right. Do you know what's great about me having money now? I can peer pressure into doing shit by spending the money. So if you want to
Yeah.
go somewhere, right? Just be like, listen, here's the money. Get this as a gift. And I will. And then she'll go because she's been forced into it.
Um,
And
We'll see.
listen,
We'll
I
see.
do appreciate it, but also if you must live through our shared experiences and stuff, I'll just go. I'll go in February. I know
Right.
people out in Florida. I can go with and be like, okay, we're here now. I'm going. I'll go hang out with my friends in Florida. All right.
or we could turn you into a saddle and
What?
say you were going to Florida and you're taking two elderly couples with you.
Two elderly couples.
An elderly couple.
Okay. Well,
Do you
listen.
imagine spending time in Florida with me and your mother?
I don't mind. I have a healthy relationship with a pair of you. It's fine. All right. I'll just ask you more questions.
Right.
Okay. So, pineapple on pizza.
Yes.
Thank you. Correct answer. What was your favorite car you've ever owned?
Ford Cortina.
Okay. Fair.
Yeah, two-seater.
Summarize it quickly because I don't want to get too into this, but I will. What is your opinion on Welsh independence?
That's it
Do you
is
not know
difficult
enough
to
about it?
answer.
Do you not know enough about it to comment?
Yeah, it's difficult because I don't see it ever being getting it.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're ruled by those up in not in England, not in Britain, and you know what I mean by that. London.
Oh,
They are
you said not in
UK.
England. You said so not in Wales.
Well, they're
Yeah,
not in
okay.
England either.
What? You don't think? Okay.
London is not. London has nothing to do with Britain at all. It's an independent place. And they're not ruled or governed by us. Didn't you realise that? Someone to research it and have a look.
Listen, the south of England has a whole vibe. All right, London may have maybe its leader in its vibe, but the south of England act the same snooty tooty stupid bullshit. All right.
Yeah, of course.
All right, there's that. But I do agree with you. People have spoken to me about this and do you think you'll get Welsh independence? And I go, no. And they're like, so why do you want Welsh independence? Why do you keep fighting for it? And I go, because why wouldn't you fight for something that you want? Do you just roll over? Even if you know you're going to lose a fight, you still pick the fight anyway. You still go for the fight because that can inspire people later on. In the 70s, they fought for devolution in Wales and they failed. They got it in the 90s. And that comes off of the back of the first attempt. And that's why you keep fighting. You keep fighting. Maybe it won't happen. Maybe it will happen. But you just keep fighting. Next, the part 2 to this question. What is your opinion on Brexit?
Should never have left. We should never have left. Simple as.
Do you remember our conversations back in 2016 about how heated we got? Because I was like,
Yeah.
we shouldn't be leaving. This is a very different tone from back then.
Don't you remember me saying you've got to listen to both sides.
Mm-hmm.
The problem we have today, right, and I'm never going to change on this, it's if you were firmly of the belief of one thing and somebody else is firmly in the belief of the other, what right do you have or they have to force you into taking their opinion? Right? Leaving Brexit, the only qualm I had with it was we never went in with Brexit. We went in with a common market in the 70s, right? And it soon spiraled out of all proportion, and it took on so many other meanings. And then they were going on about changing laws, requiring even the stupidest of arguments. A banana needs to be that shape or that colour or that, and stop the sugar mountains and stop this. And it's like, whoa, every country has its own ideas. And if they are not impinging them on other countries, what right do you have to tell that country what they should do?
So there was a lot of things that you said in that turned out to be false.
Yeah.
It turned out to be false. And this was the problem with Brexit. We pushed through a vote that we were not educated on. We were not educated on what we were voting for. Though a lot, like people who were against Brexit, like I did my research, and if you just look this, what we are in right now, it was written. It was so fucking obviously written. It was so obvious that we were gonna go through this, and it got, yes, globally right now we haven't officially reached a recession, but we are going into one. We are going into one no matter what. It's just a matter of when, not if, at this point now. But that could have been different depending on Brexit. And I'm genuinely surprised that we got vaccines as quick as we did in the UK, and I think that's because of our development of it. Because when we were in the EU, the UK was one of the first countries to get vaccinations for anything. You know, bird flu. Remember when bird flu was a thing?
Yeah.
We were the first country on the docket to get vaccinations for that. We were the first on the docket, and it's just so funny that we, especially in Wales, the way that Wales voted for Brexit, when Westminster didn't fund us, the EU did. The EU weren't going to fund us. They hate Wales. England politically hate Wales, and it's hilarious because we give them billions of pounds in water for free. Wales can be an independent country. It can. We need to do a lot of investing and infrastructure work, but we can definitely be our own country. And it's just funny how we act like we have to be submissive to England when our country was already taken from us. It's not even Wales. Do you know what Wales means, Dad? Do you know the meaning of the word?
What?
It means foreigner.
Uh-huh.
Cymru means fellow men, and then when the Anglo-Saxons came here, Welsh means foreigner. It derives from a word meaning foreigner. We literally just get called a slur every time, essentially.
But that's never been any different. If you notice, think about what the nicknames were given to a Scotsman, an Irishman, and a Welshman.
Yeah. Like,
where's the English?
Exactly. This is the point that I'm reaching.
Always been
of
there,
like,
you know?
It's so funny that it's not funny in a ha-ha sense. It's tragic, really, that Welsh people didn't have the same rights as English people until 300 years ago. Like, that is a thing. That is a thing. And we just keep acting like, oh, we're just an inconvenience to England. And it's like, no. Like, when coal mining was a thing, where was it more profitable to get the most amount of energy per pound of coal? It was us. It was us. It was like yes. The amount of water they take out of us as well, the amount of resources that they get from Wales overall right? We could pay for ourselves very quickly if we manage it unto ourselves, right? We'd be able to manage it ourselves very easily. But England don't want to play ball. Like, we can either be in a United Kingdom or we can go independent. But neither of those are what we currently are. Neither of those things are what we currently are.
It's never going to happen, unfortunately, and that's
why you keep fighting.
That's something we've got to accept. Yeah, you can keep trying, but it's called butting your head against the wall.
But let's take this. If
if
you keep fighting, even if you get a little bit, like let's take a look at this. Do you remember what happened the same day they cancelled the Tidal Lagoon?
No, I don't actually.
So it cost $1 billion to build the Tidal Lagoon, I believe, and they cancelled the project. The same day, they announced a £1 billion extension to Heathrow. So what would have happened to our energy bills, do you think, if we had the Tidal Lagoon? This is a letdown. I don't understand. They didn't want to give it to Wales. Imagine.
You watch all the offers that are going to be flying around now over the next 4 months, 5 months. There's going to be a lot out there. We promise to give, and we promise to make sure, and we swear we will do, because 67% of the promises made by the present government have all fallen by the wayside.
Doesn't surprise me.
It's wrong.
I don't know who's going to win next year. I would love to say that Labour's going to get it in a landslide, but we've got a year. We've got a year for them to make up shit. And I bet you, I can guarantee this, Dad, the Conservative government are going to make trans people a problem. You know how everyone's kicking off in the press lately about like trans people and like bathrooms and all this fucking make-believe bullshit that they like spewing? They're going to pressure Labour into making a position. They're going to pressure Labour into like doing as they should and stand by trans people. And then the Conservative government are going to go, trans people are pedophiles. Trans people are awful. What's going to happen? It's not going to be about the economy. It's not going to be about austerity. It's not going to be about any of the bullshit that we have been through the past 13 years with the Conservative government. It is going to be like trans people are the problem and Labour support them. But it's going to happen. It is going to happen. And we need people to fucking look past that. And I'm terrified of next year.
I tell you what I don't like is how many people are genuinely believe the press, who genuinely believe the media.
Yeah.
Sometimes people, all they've got to do really is sit there and think to themselves, what do I really want in life? What do I really want?
Don't read the Daily Mail. Don't read the Sun. Don't read the Mirror. Don't read the Express.
Don't read any more than neither. You shouldn't be doing that. What you should be doing is investigating and checking it out and find out, like I said, whatever it is you feel is right. That's what you need to go with. And don't, like I said, ironically, 3 hours, was it? 3.5 hours ago, I said that those that turn round and don't vote because they're all the same out there, you're going to get what you don't want. So make sure, just do the vote. It's not going to take you anywhere. You just slip down the road, put the little X box in the box and go. Right? You've done your bit, and it means you're entitled to your opinion. Don't jump on the bandwagon when you don't get what you want because you didn't vote and then think you got an opinion, because you haven't got one. It doesn't belong. Right. That's me and my preaching.
We're gonna
Sorry about that.
You're fine. No, I that's basically what I do on this stream. All right. Some of these are just a lot of people have asked questions I've already asked. Sorry. Favorite ice cream flavor? We'll quickly do that one.
Favorite? I'd have to say vanilla now. but I did used to love lime. I know it sounds stupid, but vanilla I like now, obviously. I do
Lime
what I
ice
call
cream.
my Coke float.
Oh yeah, you put Coke with ice. Yeah, Coke float. Yeah.
Yeah, I love my Coke float.
Da, 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 da. Oh, okay. What's the number one song you would like to hear me sing?
Do I like you singing is the first question.
Got used to me playing guitar and singing when I lived there.
Oh yeah, they're the Gogs. I like you singing that one.
Oh, your theme song. I forgot about that.
No. There's so many songs I do like. That's the trouble. I don't know. Could be anything really. I'm not gonna pick a Donny one because that's up to your mother. If she's gonna hide behind the camera, then that's her problem, not mine.
All right. What is your favorite? Have you ever forgotten me somewhere?
Have I ever forgotten
Forgotten me somewhere, like as a kid? Did you ever?
or left you behind? Sort of
Yeah.
thing? Well, not intentionally to start with, because nobody would do that. Mumbles,
You left me in
the
the
arcades.
mumbles? You left me in the arcade?
Yeah, because you disappeared. You went in. We went in, right? And you were looking at the machines and everything else. And come on in, we're going down this end now, and we head down the other end, and then you'd go out to the door and around and come back in again and get caught up on a machine. And we stood there for ages, glued to the machine, and we just carried on walking along, and then it's like when you get to the car, where is he? Run all the way back, panic struck, and there you are, standing there by the washroom, hypnotized, basically.
That's the ADHD hyperfocus, baby. What genre of music do you enjoy the most? I'm going to say easy listening for you.
It is easy. It is easy listening, but I like country as well. I do enjoy a bit of country.
A little bit of Dolly Parton and Islands
In my
the
old
Stream.
days, it was rock and roll. It was nothing less than rock and roll. Got to mellow with the years.
Favorite rock and roll bands then? Or wait, did you like punk? Did you like
couldn't
punk?
stand it. Couldn't stand it. Honest to God,
Why? What's wrong with the Ramones?
I tell you why. I was doing discos, as you know, right? Throughout the 70s and 80s and 90s.
How are you my father? How are you the father of a punk kid?
Well, the thing is, I'd be doing the discos, and then some clown would come up. Oh, can you play the Sex Pistols? Or can you play the? And it's like, no, it's a disco, love. It's a disco. Yeah, it's all right. It's punk. No. I'm doing a disco. People dance.
But Blitzkrieg Boppies would have been
bloody
great.
idiots, jumping up and down, screaming like banshees. And I mean, I'll say one thing especially with the Sex Pistols. Come to think of it, as far as I'm concerned, their interpretation of "God Save the Queen," brilliant. But that's as far as it'll go.
Oh my god!
Right?
How did you cope with me and Charlotte being so super into punk pop growing up then?
Oh, I couldn't handle punk. It's just no. And that's why I gave up on the discos in the end, because it was just too much. It's sort of punk, and then they went into the house, and then
oh yeah, house
I
isn't
just
my
couldn't
scene.
handle it.
I'm not into
I couldn't handle any of it. So, but someone's hiding in the background, like in Eura.
Oh, man, back.
She's hiding in
She
the
probably wants to know
background,
what's going on, like he's been here forever. All right, I won't keep you long. I'm gonna try and find a good one. Favorite sport?
Suppose I'm any. Yes, no, it's not a sport really. I'd have to say football, I suppose. I mean, I like all sports in a way, but
rugby.
Yeah, it's the same. Football and rugby. they're like standard, aren't they? You know, it's.
Fair.
But I hate cricket. Can't stand.
I've
golf.
started getting into football a little bit more lately. Just a little bit more. I've been watching Ted Lasso, which is a good show. If I know that you've got the cracked Alexa thing. Ted Lasso. All right, look it up. I think you'd enjoy that show. But outside of that, I've also been watching Welcome to Wrexham, and I found out that Wrexham's been promoted now, which
Brilliant. I really
brilliant,
pleased, man.
yeah, same. And I'm just like, I feel bad. I feel like I'm betrayed. I never gave two shits about the Swans. I've given a shit about the Ospreys, which is the rugby team for Swansea.
Yeah.
But I never gave two shits about the Swans, really. I went because you liked them. Whereas if I'm getting into football now, I might be a Wrexham fan. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like,
Go for it.
yeah.
I got no.
I love an underdog.
Yeah.
I might have liked the
just
Swans back in like the early 2000s, back when like the club was like having shit. But like,
Just don't be a bluebird. Just don't be a bluebird.
listen, I might live in Cardiff, but I don't give two shits about it. All right, I can throw it out. Listen, there's nothing scarier than being from Swansea on a Cardiff versus Swansea match day when they're playing home. Because honestly, being on the train, there was one time I was on the train and it was like some person was like, "Fuck them Jack bastards! I'll fucking smack them!" And I was like, "Do not tell that man that you are from Swansea." I was scared.
Just for foreign language. What are you talking? Whatever. Yeah. Next question.
All right. Let's see. Sorry, I've lost my mouse. There we are. Have you ever had a celebrity encounter? If not, wait. Yeah. Have you ever had a celebrity encounter? I'll make it easier. Yes. Give me a fave.
Give you a few. Right.
A fave.
Bruce Forsyth.
Favorite.
Oh, I couldn't stand Bruce Forsyth. I hated him. Christ, there's been loads of them. I give it a boxer. A boxer.
Oh, the really tall one that you met.
Harry. Yeah, he's lovely. Oh, what a lovely man. But yeah, I've met. I got loads of photographs of me with lots of different people. I've gotta bring in what's his face? Oh, oh.
A lot of these are going to be very British celebrities, by the way, so you may not know them.
Yeah, it's why can't I think of his name? Irish. We went to every one of his shows.
Oh, the person who did that Mrs. Brown's
Voice.
Yeah.
That's the one. Yeah,
Oh,
Mrs.
God.
Brown's Voice.
Don't get me started on that one.
Brendan
Something.
O'Carroll.
Yeah.
Brendan O'Carroll.
What is your greatest accomplishment?
I don't know. It's what I was saying about sometimes you think to yourself, you know, I wish I'd. You know, some things you never ever did do, but you think to yourself, oh, I wish I could have and did. But I can't really say. I mean, there's some naff, obviously, easy answers, but I'm not going to go down that avenue. I suppose spending most of my life in the NHS because I absolutely loved it. I'll be honest, all the way through. So I'd have to go down that avenue. Say that.
All right, chat. I'm offering one more question from you guys. So if you've got a question in chat right now, throw it in. I'm gonna not. There wasn't really too much good digging through the Discord. There's a lot of stuff I've already asked myself, and a lot of weird ones. So anything. I'm just gonna ask one more, so I'm gonna wait for them to come in. Uh, wait, I'm gonna check this. Are there any moments with me where you say, "Yeah, that's my fault"? Like, have I ever done anything, and it's because of you? Then you've gone, "Yeah, that's on me."
Well, let's just say your mother's had a go at me at quite a few things. You know, why did he do this? And why did? And I think, because I let him. You know, he wanted to do it. You know, why
There
not?
you go.
You know, you don't learn unless you know, unless you do it. You know.
All right. I will give you the final question then, and that is, what would you if this was to be played at your funeral, this conversation right now, what would you want to leave with the world? What would you want to comfort people with? Essentially, what would your goodbye be?
Told her it wasn't well. I mean, no.
Of course, you're gonna make a joke about it.
Just be nice. That's the way I feel all the time. Just be nice, and if just one person just be nice, then the next one does. I tell you what I like actually is years ago, Spike Milligan did he was a comedian from the Goons and all the stuff in the war and whatever, but he actually wrote a book about poems. And it's one of the poems, I can never remember the whole thing, but it's to do with, I was walking down the road and I smiled at this woman, and the woman smiled back. And as she was walking past me, smiling, she passed a man, and it just goes on like that. And you go around the corner, and before you knew it, the whole world was smiling. And it was just a lovely sort of twist on the story. But check him out.
Did my dad just crash again? My dad just crashed again. Yep. Good thing I asked him for his last words, right? Oh my goodness. It's fine, he'll be back in a second, don't worry. Typical dad crashes on his last words. Apparently so. In the most wholesome moment, yeah. Jeez. This has been really lovely, everyone. This has been a nice. Thank you so much for watching this. I'm not leaving just yet. I'm gonna wait for my dad to come back, and then we will part ways. Is he back? Just gotta wait. My dad's probably being probably still talking. I'll let him know where he was up to when he gets back in. That means he needs 2 computers now. Alright, thank you for doing this. He's a wonderful man. Thank you so much for enjoying this so far. It's been a lovely time. It's honestly been a lovely time. I just realized
I'm back.
Oh, there we go. Hi,
I'm back.
Alright, don't know what happened there.
Bloody typical, isn't it? As I'm finishing.
All right.
So
yeah, so you're saying that's smiling and spread around the world. So if you could
check Spike Milligan out. All his little ditties, his little poems, they're really funny, but they really do hit home. But like I said, as far as I'm concerned, I just think being nice it doesn't hurt, and it's infectious. It really is. If you're nice to one, they'll be nice to somebody else. I used to say a lot when I was out driving all the time, as you know, right? And I would say, today, I'm going to let 3 people out as I'm driving down this road. And I did. I'd let the 3 out, right? And that little wave and smile and thank you, it goes a long way, because they might go and do the same. And before you know it, everyone's happy. Stop being so nasty and carving people up and speaking ill of people. I don't like it. Pack it in, as I say.
Yeah.
Pack it in.
All right. I think that's everything then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there was one that I wanted to like. I'm gonna snitch on myself.
Yeah.
All right. So you told me when I'm also curious because I don't believe you to a point. I believe you were trying to set a precedent of like me not doing the same. Did you ever do drugs?
Me, never.
Never. Pinky promise, never ever done drugs.
I swear to God.
Okay.
Never, ever done it.
When we moved from my first, like when I'm properly nothing to do with uni, from my first place into this current house. Wait, no, not this. The flat. You were like against weed. You were like, no, weed bad. And then I told you I haven't smoked weed. I said I haven't smoked weed, but if I get the opportunity to and I'm in a safe place, I will. You gave me the silent treatment on that one. All right. I haven't told you. I'm gonna snitch not only on me, but on Jamie and on Mam.
What?
So we haven't smoked weed together. That's not the story I'm about to tell you. So during the pandemic, I was talking about because Jamie was helping us move, right? Jamie was helping us move. And I was talking about how literally a week after you helped me move, I smoked weed for the first time. And me and Jamie were just sharing stories about that and just like how we couldn't tell you that we smoked weed because you're always like...
Always have been.
You're always against it. So we couldn't tell you because you would give us like the attitude. I don't care about you. Like, I don't care. This right here is a CBD vape. So it's not going to get me high. It's just the CBD oil. All right. You know enough about that stuff. But Mam chimes in during 2020 and is like, back when I was your age, I did the same. Me and my friends used to go get high. And I was just there like, have you ever told Dad? And she was like, no, I've never told your father.
Ooh. Ooh. Woman!
Don't say woman, it's 2023. But oh my God, like don't go yelling at her now because she's gonna yell at me.
Not going to, for Christ's sake. What are you talking about? As if I would.
I'm
against it because I personally have always been the same with drink. Right, I'm against it, and that doesn't mean to say that everyone should be. But I like to be in control of my body.
So that was my thing when it came to weed as well, because I was extremely anxious about the idea of smoking weed or just having weed in any capacity. And what ended up happening with me is that number one, I realized I had a control problem. I needed everything to be done in a specific way. And, you know, it's how I choked out some friendships and relationships because I needed like some level of control or security within that. And that's a whole therapy issue. The second thing that I realized is smoking weed, unless you whitey out, aka smoke a ridiculous amount or eat an edible with way too high of a milligram dosage, which, by the way, if you drink too much alcohol, you die. All right? If you smoke too much weed, you have a panic attack, fall asleep, and wake up the next day going, oh, God. That's the worst thing. That's the worst thing that can happen. But, point being, I realized that, like, smoking weed helps me relax. And I still keep control. I'm just there, like, I'm happy. Yeah. And honestly, I wish I could get you to smoke weed once.
Not gonna happen. I've never done it in my life, nor am I interested in doing it. But having said that, the issue I have is when it becomes the controller as opposed to you controlling.
Weed wouldn't necessarily be that. Anything like I won't touch anything. Our family is a shit heart. All right, let's face that. We have shit hearts in our family. I'm not going to touch cocaine. I'm not going to touch meth. I'm not going to touch any drug that does that shit. All right? The worst thing I've been tempted is to microdose LSD. All right? I've seen my friends do it, and it's always a case of the people I hang out with, by the way, I have zero plans to actually do this. It's just that from the discussions of microdosing LSD has been like, there's a potential there, but I'm not going to. All right. But weed literally is just like a huge helper with anxiety. I just smoke it. I smoke it like I drink, kind of a thing. It's just as and when. It's like, yeah, you know what? Okay. Kind of a thing. And what's great is
I only smoke it on days ending in Y.
But that is not an addiction. You can't get addicted to weed because there's no substance there. It's not like you can get addicted to nicotine. You can't get addicted to weed. The only thing that you could get addicted to is your mindset with that. And that can go with eating food. So it doesn't apply the same way. You could get addicted. You're more likely to get addicted to eating food than you would weed. And that just comes down to a person's like mental state. So that would happen with anything, not necessarily the weed.
I don't disagree with weed in the medical sense, because I'm aware that, yes, it can be very, very helpful in certain medical situations, like joint pains, and various issues like that. But to me, it would have to be controlled.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? So if I could say to you right now, you can only pick one of these things to be legal: alcohol or weed. What are you going to pick? Only one can be legal.
Illegal.
Only one will be illegal. One will be illegal. Which do you think is a bigger problem for society?
Well, drinking is the biggest problem. Always has been.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree on that score, but it's just difficult. I mean,
there's a huge amount of health benefits when it comes to
lots of
to
doctors
weed.
have prescribed it. Lots of doctors agree with it. I know. I'm not going to dispute that, but it's a personal choice at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
But I personally, no, it ain't gonna happen.
That's fine. You don't have to. I would just love to, because I think that you would be the most relaxed I have ever fucking seen you if you did. I think that you would sink into your sofa so fast and be comfortable for 2 hours. Just gone. Literally. That's it. Because all I do, Dad, I don't play I don't roll it with tobacco. I don't do any of that. Mine is in a pipe, a bowl, like just the bowl. I'm gone for 2 hours. I'm gone for 2 hours and I feel comfy. And then afterwards I eat and then I go to bed. And it's nice.
Slept long enough.
What?
I said, yeah, you go to bed like you haven't slept long enough.
You sleep. I'm not gonna lie. The one negative I will say about weed is if you go to bed soon after you smoke weed, you don't sleep great. You don't keep waking up. You just wake up and you're like, I don't feel like I slept. That is the one negative. If you smoke close enough to bedtime, you won't you won't have a great sleep. That is my review. But if I could pick, would I rather smoke weed or would I rather drink? It would be weed every time. I think that it's like a better situation.
There is a massive push for it. I know that.
I appreciate that we've got CBD
problems.
vapes and CBD oil and CBD products overall now, because yes, that does help. I just think that like it feels silly from a tax standpoint, especially like if you want better protections for it, make it legal, because it has to be legalized properly. And then also the tax benefit from it as well. And also new businesses will pop up. You would actually get very similar to Amsterdam in weed cafes, and the tourism boost as well. So in this neck of the woods. Be huge. And also there are worse smelling things. There are worse smell. If you've smelt a pub's carpet, that is a worse smell. That is a worse smell than weed.
And what's even worse is when you're getting up from the pub carpet after spewing.
Oh my god. All right.
And leaving, some, marks on the
Shut
side
up.
of each.
I don't need to remember that. I don't need to remember that. Thank you. All right. That was 13 years ago. All right.
Thank you for a great night. I've enjoyed myself.
Would you like to ask me anything before you go?
Just keep being you. Are you intending to be who you are and stay as you are, or?
I'm intending to wear my heart on my sleeve as long as possible. Why would I want to be anything else? Why would I want? I can be me authentically, or I can be someone else as a lie.
What do you see the future bringing you then?
I don't know. I'm very good at adapting. I can't. I got traveling. I got more traveling to do, but currently that's all I can see. And if I keep trying to look beyond just the travel and the fun that I can have now, I'm gonna get too focused on it, and I'm not gonna focus on what I've got right now. There's a song by Post Malone called "Myself," and let me grab that. Let me get it properly. And I think about this every now and again with this song. There we go. All right. It's what it is. It's how I live. All the places I've been. I wish I could have been there myself. I've made so much, spent so much, and I can't get enough. I wish I could have been there myself. And the reason why I think about that a lot is that if I'm so focused on the next thing after the next thing, I'm not going to be here myself. I'm going to be ghosting through this and just like running to the next thing. And I want to be here. Like everything that I've made is behind me, kind of a deal. Like someone can talk to me about like the work that I've done and stuff like that. And I'm like, cool. I'm currently on the next thing. This is what I'm focused on. Not my past, not my future, my now. Because if I'm too focused on the future, I'm not going to enjoy what I have now. If I focus too much on the past, I'm not being myself right now.
I get it. Yeah.
So yeah. Basically, hopefully a healthy life. That's what I'm hopefully seeing ahead. More gym. That's what I need. I need to lose a bit more.
No. I like my food. That's the trouble. And I got no intention of changing. I'm an old man now, so I'm quite happy to carry on as I am.
Yeah, well, I'm about to hit 30, and I, after coming to terms with the fact that I will never be skinny, I have gone the opposite direction, and I'm like, cool, we're going for muscles. That's what we are going for now.
That'll back people off anyway.
Oh, definitely. People do, like, the second that someone catches me in a scenario, I'm like, hi. Hi, I speak fairly effeminately and I dress somewhat effeminately now and again. I have painted nails, but look at these muscles. Do you want to try? My hands are painted, so I know how to use them.
Hi. No, not yet, but I will be soon.
All right. Thank you so much. Everyone has loved you. Chat has found you very wholesome and loves you and appreciates you. They've really liked this. Anything you want to say to my dad before he leaves, everyone?
Yeah, bugger off.
We got a lot of hearts in the chat. It's been an amazing stream. Love you, Dad. Very awesome. It's been a wonderful stream. Glad to listen to you both. Stay comfy. There you are. Stay comfy, Dad. There you go. All right.
Well, I am. I'm coachable. I am. See? Coachable.
Was cool to see you on the stream. This is my dad, everyone. Have a great day, sir, and keep your spirits up and your heart higher. There we are. Any final humiliation anecdotes of me before you go?
I wish there was. I mean, why couldn't you have been a little shit all your life? I'd have had loads of stuff to tell then. You know what I mean?
It is hard to, like, I know embarrassing things, but I don't think I did them around you. That's the thing. I know I,
No,
like...
I honestly cannot.
The
for
piano
life of
story
me.
isn't getting told. All right, it's not
Eh?
even that bad. We're not telling the piano story.
No,
All right,
no.
all right. It's not even that bad. I just
I'll put the video out one day.
I'll do it as a charity goal. I'll do it as my
Yeah.
charity goal this year.
There we are.
If we reach the target amount, then I'll release the video and I'll cry. I'll cry.
Well worth seeing. I promise.
Yeah.
Well worth seeing.
How many subs for the piano story? Nah, that'll be a charity goal. All right. How dare you? All right. Look after yourself, Dad. Thank you so much for being on. I really do appreciate it, and I love you very much.
And I love you too. I'm proud of you. And there it comes.
I'm proud of you as well.
Without a doubt. Take care.
All
And
right.
thanks to everyone that's listened in as well tonight. Because I can be a boring old fart sometimes. Take
All
care.
right. Thank you for
All right.
everything, Dad. I really appreciate it. Without everything that you taught me, I wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't have made my dreams come true. So thank you.
Not a problem.
All right.
Not a problem. Take care, son.
All right.
All
Bye.
right. Cheers, then.
There we go. That was my dad, everyone. Let's go. You finally met my dad. Alexa, change lights to red. Yes. There we go. Let's get the comfy vibe. There we go. Oh, wait. That's why I've been so shiny. I forgot to put you on a different setting. Hang on. Oh. There we go. That's what I wanted. Oh, I'm still very shiny, though. It's very humid today. That was so nice. I'm glad that I did that. Man, you have me almost in tears. I wish I had a father like him. Oh, I love my dad. I really do appreciate him. Cool shit. Thank you. You are now obligated to show the stream to anyone who says you're fatherless. There you go. Is the stream nearing completion, and did it go as you hoped / expected? Yeah. It was good. It was a good... I was really nervous to have my dad on, obviously. But yeah, really nervous. There's a great father-offspring relationship here. My dad doesn't really... I mean, he knows in the sense of passing, but my dad doesn't know my pronouns, really. Because it's one of those things where, like, it's my dad. I'll let him get away with misgendering me. It's fine. The they, them kind of mayhem is fine in that scenario. He raised me. He gets a pass. He gets a gender pass because it's easier for me to deal with. So yeah, when he was like son and he, him, I was like, yeah. Is that why you said uncle instead of pibbling? That's the word? I hate that. I'd rather be called uncle. I'd rather be called uncle. Ugh. Hi, Ante. I saw that you text me. Hang on, let me give you a kiss. There you go. He's not doing it maliciously. Exactly. They Them Mayhem sounds like a really fun event. But yeah, I would hate being called pibbling. Ugh, just call me uncle. That's fine. I'd rather be called aunt. If I had to pick between pibbling and aunt, it sounds childish to me. Like it yeah, it seems weird. There's got to be a better word for that. But beyond that, chat, thank you very much for joining us today on this wonderful stream. I really do appreciate it. I hope that you enjoy the remainder of your day, however long that is now. Where am I going to throw you over to? Where am I throwing you over to? Andre's live. Oh, they'll be right back. Dang it. Noted for future reference. Pibbling is the gender neutral. It's still a weird word for I find that lightly cringe. Just as a word. I don't mind another word being used, but just aunt, uncle. There's like a, but pibbling, it sounds childish. That's how I look at that word. It seems I don't know. Where does that word even come from? Is there like a reason for it? Because aunt and uncle hold like a power to it. What about Tio or Taya? Parents that plus sibling maybe? I think it's with like the power of like the uncle and aunt. Uncle, auntie. I think that it needs to be I think it needs like a solid thing on it. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. But it be what it be. I gotta piss real bad, chat. Should I activate thing? I thought of a word, but it's also German, so for the gays. Oh, jeez. Alright, let's get Bagley out, shall we? Bagley's on the move, everyone. There you go. We'll have to look up the word again. It's all good. It's all good. I am going to relax now. I am a sweaty mess. Oh. That was a... You can see it. Like, you can see the sweat that is just in this room. I'm not even trying. I'm gonna go put a face mask on now. That's what I'm gonna do. Demoted from TTS to vacuum. Basically. Alright, where am I gonna throw you over to? Where am I throwing you back to? Alright. Oh, with a fearless heart, we can beat the odds. Yeah, we're gonna raid Andre. Did you get stuck? It got stuck on my bag. Alright, we're gonna go and say hi over to Andre. They are doing some art right now. They're doing an avatar rigging stream. And Andre is so fucking cute. We are hanging out at TwitchCon next week. I'm so excited. The raid message is... What should the raid message be? What should it be? Thanks again. Classic Rumba issues. Yep. What should it be? I'm not gonna rate it with ZZ. You're cute AF. There we are. Fuck it. We're gonna be mildly basic with the raid today. Look after yourselves. If you are not in the Discord, please, in fact, join it. It is Friday today, right? Yeah, I'll be back on Sunday, everyone. I'll be back on Sunday. And yeah, I'm very excited to do some big upgrades and stuff like that coming in very soon. Join the Discord because I will be streaming the PC upgrades as the parts come in. So, yes. Bye, everyone. Love you. There's the raid message. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.